Hello. Nakim. I'm playing another visual novel today. Hang on a minute. So, Tiny Bunny. This is a horror visual novel. And, it's actually not finished yet. There's like a couple chapters out. I think 3. It's not finished yet. Lyle tossed one a bit to you. Hey Lyle. Thank you for the bit. Welcome to the stream. Playing some spooky games today. So yeah, like I said, there's only 3 chapters in this, so it's gonna be a pretty small stream today. Depending on how big the stories are. But yeah, I have a little disclaimer that I need today's stream to be smaller. So yeah, let's get started. How's the volume, by the way? Is it too small? Sounds good? Excellent. A wind clawed at my window all night long. It wandered the fields and howled like a hungry beast. An endless song weaved from all sorts of voices, shrill, gentle, sneery, twined in the air. They were shouting and laughing and arguing about something. Someone was running through the snow while casting long shadows that would occasionally creep close to my bed. 5 hours is small. No. To others, 10 minutes is small. Yeah, that's really short, actually. A house had a mind of its own, the creaky old mind of a building that had seen a lot in its days, and was seemingly trying to share its wisdom with the inhabitants. The lonely house faced the forest. The dark green thicket gazed back with its hollow eyes, rustling, whizzing, swaying back and forth. One could come out and stand at the edge of the forest to reassure themselves there was nobody behind the crooked trees. Fuzzy silhouettes, swaying in the wind, couldn't possibly do any harm. It's just a play of light and shadow. Just a play. I knew it was just my imagination. I was already 12 after all. Still. Hey Sushi. Playing another visual novel today. Another horror visual novel. But from what I saw, visuals are very... what's that noise? Yeah, that. And, yeah. Three chapters. Got some spooky stuff to look at. You should play them spooky games during Halloween. I'm sure I'll find more. I'm sure I'll find some more. Hey, put away your book.
Сколько раз говорила, не читай за столом, вредно. Сидишь, сутулился весь.
I wonder what language that is. How many times have I told you not to read at the table? It's bad for your health. Look at how slouched you are. You can hide it? Cute. I didn't protest and put the book about Conan the Barbarian aside. I was struck on a line I couldn't understand after reading it 3 times anyway. Olya had already finished her breakfast and was munching on some cookies. She was so enthusiastic, she almost looked like a typical girl from commercials.
Пока не съешь, из-за стола не встанешь.
Hey Luca! Hey Igor! It's good to see you guys here. Playing a spook game. Hope you're all good with that. It's a visual novel, so it's not, as spooky as getting jump scared, so... It should be fine. You're not going anywhere until you finish all of it. I, on the other hand, was still trying to drill a hole in the plate with my eyes, as if it would make the porridge disappear. Hazy anxiousness welled up inside. All because of the previous sleepless night, the black forest around our house, and the gloomy wind. The longer I waited, the colder the lumpy white substance became. It looked like a jellyfish from the Cousteau Odyssey. I love that show. I wonder how horrifying the bottom of the ocean is, or how cold the black forest is at night. The spoon fell out of my hand. Mom showered me with a cold glare from her green eyes.
Что я говорила?
What did I just say?
Я достану.
Yeah, I'll get it. I had 10 seconds to catch my breath before battling the nasty porridge once again. I felt around for the spoon. Russian or Ukraine? Interesting. Actually, I should say in the Steam thingamajig. Hang on, let me have a look. Store page. It is... It doesn't say. Should say somewhere. But I don't see it immediately. Oh well. It's Russian or Ukraine, I don't know which one. What is this? Carved on the other side of the table? Karina? Huh, that's my mom's name. I guess she carved it out with something pointy when she was little. She sure was a rascal, damaging the furniture like that. She would scold me for a week if I did something similar, though. Should I remind her about it? No. She's been in a bit of a bad mood lately. I imagined her being my age sitting under this table. I wonder, was Mom afraid of the dark back then? Or the sounds coming from the attic? Or the thick forest? I imagined my grandma coming into my little mom's room, sitting at the edge of her bed, where Olya sleeps nowadays, and saying this in her soft, smooth voice.
Тайга — особое место, дитятка.
Taiga is a special place, little girl.
Она к тебе присматривается, принюхивается.
It's watching you closely, sniffing you out,
Словно хочет понять, что ты за зверь такой.
trying to discern what kind of beast you are.
Понравишься, в беде не бросит.
If you're a good sort, they won't abandon you in times of trouble.
А будешь проказничать, схватит за бочок и утащит с собой под землю.
But if you're a bad apple, it'll grab you by the side and drag you under the ground,
Тут и дело с концом.
and that would be it. Grandma was caring. She never fought with anybody, never yelled, never swore. These were the times without the maddening screams until late at night, without smashed dishes and mutual accusations. Our parents used to love each other back then. I remember listening in on one of their conversations by chance. They were talking about Grandma getting prepared for her funeral. She had already bought a casket, and she called it her cute funeral box, and waited for its time in the closet, patiently. It was black, upholstered with meat-colored material on the inside. I saw it when my grandma was getting buried. The house didn't change since the time she was alive. Only all of the photos were gone. Glass-covered pictures with grey faces of my ancestors that had They all had died. They all had a dead. They all had a dead but watchful look in their eyes. I crawled out from under the table. Olya was done with her cookies and was looking at my share like a sly woodland critter. I turned my gaze toward the frosted window. There were a lot of dark pines outside, but they didn't grab my attention. The pattern of frost formed a picture on the glass.
Оля, гляди, лиса!
Whoa! What a coincidence! Oh yeah, look, it's a fox.
Где?
Where? It looked almost like those optical illusion thingies they put on the back of student notebooks. I'm sorry I can't read that, chat. I can't read that. Is there something that will help me translate that? Hang on. Let me try translating it. I have to find out what language that is first. Eto. Sashi anime girl, I think is what that first bit says. And it says that Russian. That's Russian, apparently. Hello. Hello from Australia. Who reads that sucker? Eh? Who reads that sucker is the second thing he said. Yeah, see. A mixture of lines at first glance. But if you blur your vision a little bit and look under a certain angle,
Да не на улице, на стекле.
not outside on the window,
Смотри, вот нос, вот.
look, here's a nose,
Ну-ка, доедай.
and here's... Hey, eat up.
Да, да, сейчас.
Yes, just a moment.
Я ничего не вижу.
I don't see anything.
Живо. Совсем немного осталось.
Hurry up, there's not much left.
А, вот. Но все равно не похоже.
There it is. But it still doesn't look like
А
one.
я говорю, похоже.
And I'm telling you, it does.
Похоже.
It does.
Прекратите. Ну что за дети?
Stop it, these kids, I swear. Now I couldn't see the fox either. It disappeared. Went away. Only the frosty pattern, similar to stretched out nettle leaves, kept creeping up the glass. My dad entered the kitchen with long measured steps. I want to have a beard like his when I grow up. Mom would always ask jokingly, "Come on, shave it off, it stings." This was so long ago. Nowadays, rumbling doors and witty comebacks were an everyday occurrence. Olya always covers her ears whenever she hears something like, "What's the point in all of this?" through the wall. "It's all for your sake." It's all for your sake, Dad would reply. "For the sake of our family." I always caught a resounding fear of hearing the most dreaded, deadliest word that started with a D. D-I-V-O. I didn't even want to finish it. It was scary to imagine that me and my little sister could be torn apart and taken into two different families.
Да что твоя лиса? Вот у меня на окне сова.
Anyway, your fox is nothing. I have an owl on my window.
Опять ты со своей совой.
You and your owl talk again.
Так ты же вчера мне верил.
You said you'd believe me just yesterday.
Никто ключи от машины не видел?
Has anybody seen my car keys?
Вроде оставлял на подоконнике.
I remember leaving them on the wood windowsill.
Вроде.
Right.
Вроде оставлял.
Maybe
вроде
you did
нет.
and maybe not.
Вроде взрослый
You're a
мужчина,
grown
отец
man.
твоих детей, а вроде...
A father of two and still.
Перестань, пожалуйста, Карина.
Karina, please, stop.
Дай мне спокойно собраться.
Just let me get ready in peace.
В корзине твои ключи, возле телефона.
Your keys are in the basket near the phone.
Огромное тебе человеческое спасибо.
Well, thank you very much.
Антон, ешь быстрее, а то как мученик сидишь.
Anton, stop making a martyr of yourself and finish eating already.
А сова?
But the owl!
Не было там никакой совы.
There was no owl.
Была!
But there was one.
Глазюки огромные! Во! И светятся!
It had giant, glowing eyes. Olya sprung up from the chair and placed her hands on her little face, imitating a pair of eyes with her fingers the size of an apple each.
В прошлом году бабай в шкафу, сейчас сова.
Last year you had a bye-bye in your closet, and now this owl. What's a bye-bye?
Но я же видела!
But I saw it. Olya shifted her gaze back and forth from Dad to Mom to me, but couldn't find any
А ты не
support.
думала подружиться с ней, нет?
Have you thought about befriending it?
Вымышленными мышами покормить,
know.
например.
Like feeding it with imaginary mice?
Не подначивай ребенка.
Don't bully our girl.
Просто мала еще. И спать одна боится.
She's just afraid to sleep alone because she's still little. Olya pouted her lips in rebellion and rushed into the hallway. The staircase that led to the second floor creaked. Mom gave Dad a strict look. Oh, that look in her eyes. It's so uncomfortable to be pinned under it. Dad just snorted in reply and left, bringing the keys he just found. A minute had passed, and the theme song from The Little Mermaid echoed through the house. It was stored on incredibly worn-out cassette tape, which Dad already had to glue together once. It's so easy to fix objects by gluing them back together, for example. But how do you fix a relationship? Mom moved to the living room, and I was left alone, anxiously stealing glances at the window. No worries, Perfect Dark. No worries. Thank you for the lurk. Olya had trouble sleeping ever since we moved to this house. She would toss and turn, or curl up into a ball under her blanket. Sometimes she would jump in the middle of the night and turn on the VCR. Cartoons helped to take her mind off all the troubles we had with the move and our parents. Then Olya said she saw that giant flying monster outside her window. She became obsessed with it. Our parents did everything in their power. They tried every little trick to get rid of those ridiculous fears. Olya refused to sleep alone and didn't believe that the owl was just one of her nightmares. After last night, I was unsure what to make of my sister's words, what to think of it myself. Can nightmares be infectious? That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up thinking of what to expect from my new school. There were a couple of days left before the beginning of a new term. My imagination drew long, twisting hallways that led to a classroom full of kids, while all the students behind their desks were simply dark figures, cut out using a template. Circular holes gaped in the middle of their faces, and pairs of eyes blinked inside those holes. It was as if some completely different creatures were looking at me from behind the flat, black silhouettes. Their cruel glares, filled with icy sneers, made me shiver from head to toe. Will I survive here? Won't they gang up on me and beat me down? Stomp on me with their bloodied shoes? The damn school can burn for all I care. I just wished for anything to happen to it. Doesn't really matter what. I didn't want to go there that badly. I didn't want to see people who were just itching to smack me on the head, trip me up, think of a new offensive name for me, worse than the previous one. I felt like the glasses I wore made me an outsider or some sort of monster. My gaze slid across the drawers hanging on the walls. I couldn't consider myself a great artist, but Oya begged me to hang them. Drawing was the only thing that made me happy as of late. The small circle of friends I had also enjoyed my paintings, and they promised to call me from time to time. Sometimes I imagine Mom picking up the phone and saying in a cold voice, "You've got the wrong number." Or, "Anton is not around. Anton is not around." I imagine my future classmates lying in their beds just like me, listening to the howls of invisible werewolves outside their windows. Maybe my new classmates will like me after all? But who would ever like a boy with thick glasses? I mean, my dad used to wear glasses when he was little, and now he's married to the most beautiful woman on the planet, my mom. The house creaked, pressed by the wind. The condo we used to live in, a 9-floor concrete building, buzzed with the neighbor's drill, mumbled with a TV set from behind the wall, cried like a baby from the big family next door. Our current house, though, I can't really call it new, was completely different. It was silent and easygoing during the day. Its shadows lay dormant in the corners, on the closet cobwebs, and under the stairs, but they all woke up during the night. Something was watching me from every corner, almost as if the old photos of my deceased family with their ashen eyes were hanging on the walls in place of my drawings. The floor was squeaking, rusty drains were moaning. The attic was occupied by noisy drafts. One could think the house was performing some sort of demonic melody. And then I realized I was, in fact, hearing music. It was already playing for a good while. Somewhere at the edge of my perception, I could hear a flute. It was mixed in with the sound of the wind, of the creaking old house, and my thoughts too. I stood up and rushed to the window. I wanted to reassure myself that this music was nothing more than a product of my imagination. Not like someone is playing it there, amidst the cold snowy night, right? Ooh. Clicky, 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 clicky. Clicks on everything else, nothing happens. Open. Someone was dancing in the field. Black silhouettes I could barely make out, with the dark forest as their backdrop. They jumped around, basked in moonlight, bumped into piles of snow, rolled around, and crawled on all fours. Stories about wolves playing under the moon came to mind, but these were clearly not wolves. They stood upright at times, circled around holding hands and whipping up snow, disappearing into the shadows for a brief moment and then coming back. Something bizarre was going on. Shadows dancing in the starless abyss made my imagination go wild, making me anxious at the same time. Suddenly, the music had stopped. The dancing shadows froze in place and, I could swear, pierced me with their eyes. One of the silhouettes immediately parted from the bizarre shadow carnival and sprinted across the field with great leaps. It glided on squeaky snow without leaving any prints until it was devoured by the pitch-black shadow of my house, which became even darker and thicker. My heart was jumping around like the bird inside a cage. I shut the curtains with a swift motion and stepped back toward the bed. They saw me. A freezing torrent of fear washed over me. I stood in the middle of a perfectly dark room and listened to some unwanted guests move and scrape around looking for an entrance. The sound moved to the right, then circled around the house. Now my guest should be at the front door. I jumped into the bed and covered myself with the blanket as if it could protect me. The shackles of fear locked my muscles. I remembered the funeral, my grandma lying there, hands crossed on her chest, her facial features sharp like that of a tin doll. Ants running up and down the legs of chairs that held my grandma's casket. I imagined those little creatures climbing up her head and pulling her eyelids with their tiny legs. Why? Why are you imagining this? Then her wrinkly eyeballs would once again move inside their sockets, and she'd be able to see her I was chanting the spell she taught me throughout the whole procedure. Spell. And now lying under the blanket and listening to squeaks and howls. I was repeating the same words.
Острые буяния в синем океане стоит домовина, в ней сало и глина, волосы седые, чертям еда, раба Божьего Антона не тронут никогда.
On the island of Buyan, underneath the blemished sun, in the sea of color blue, stands a cabin made of wood.
Бесы забудут дорогу к дому.
Evil, leave this house must.
Мертвое к мертвому, живое к живому.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Bizarre sounds had disappeared. I cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and saw curtains waving around like a hanged man. And then the night doused me with a new portion of boiling terror. The sound scratched at my eardrums. In reality, something or someone was scratching at the front door, hardly clawing at wood, demanding to be let in. The door was shut. Dad had become very cautious recently, so he installed a sturdy lock. I remember him staring at the forest intently as if he was looking for someone.
Мертвое к мертвому,
Ashes to ashes,
живое к
dust to
живому.
dust. I hugged my knees, placing my chin between them, and drilled the door with my eyes. It was so flimsy and weak before the might of darkness. And then the doorknob twitched slightly. Then it turned halfway, once, twice, as if the person who tried to enter had no hands. The doorknob tilted once more, and then started clicking violently. My jaw cramped from fear. My wet fingers clutched the blanket. The door creaked and opened. The wind taunted me, moaning inside the tin drains. Now you'll see. The door was wide open. The darkness writhed inside carnivorous mouth of the doorway. Tony. It was as if the night itself was calling out to me, flapping its black wings and squeaking with rusty hinges. I was trembling, ensnared by the web of darkness that hung on the corners of my room, waiting for the one who weaved it to come out of the gaping black hole. My abdomen tightened and my chest rose up, ready to exhale a desperate scream. But before I was able to do anything, the darkness asked me,
Ты спишь, Тоша?
Tosha, you asleep? My sister's pale face protruded from the thick shadows. I almost screamed from relief.
Оля, я не сплю. Что случилось?
Oh yeah? I'm not sleeping. Did something happen? Olia frowned and stuck out her lower lip, a clear sign that she was about to cry.
Оно опять прилетело и пялится на меня.
It's there again, staring at me.
Прогони ее, Тоша. Прогони, пожалуйста.
Sheer her away, Tosha, please.
Я так боюсь.
I'm so scared. The fear that was tormenting me just a minute ago crawled away and hid somewhere in my stomach. I needed to calm Olia down.
Это был сон, глупая. Не пугайся. Сны не кусаются. Никто тебя не обидит.
It was just a dream, silly. Don't be scared. Dreams don't bite. No one's going to harm you. Olya sobbed. She was trying her best to believe me. But was I sure
У меня
myself?
есть идея.
I have an idea.
Пойдем к тебе в комнату.
Let's go to
видео
your room
посмотрим.
and watch the
Спящую
video.
красавицу, например.
Sleeping Beauty, for example.
Тебе же нравится этот мультик?
You like that cartoon, don't you?
Почему у спящей красавицы принца у меня эта страшная птица?
Why does the Sleeping Beauty have a prince and I have this scary bird? That question took me by surprise.
Ладно, давай посмотрим Золушку.
Alright, let's watch Cinderella. My thoughts became tangled, fuzzy. What was that? What studied me with its eyes while dancing feverishly under the moon? The darkness was clinging to the window, and it couldn't be fooled by Grandma's old chants. It couldn't be satisfied with a feast of lard and long ashen hair.
Тоша, ты идешь?
Dosha, you coming?
Да, сейчас.
Yes, just a moment. Oh shit. It was all a dream. That's why I didn't want to laugh at Olya and her owl in the morning. Who could be visiting us here in the middle of nowhere? We don't know anyone around here. So persistent. I felt extremely unsettled just from a silly thought that our morning guest could have come from the woods. I could barely hear voices coming from the front door. My mind was urging me to hide. In the closet, under the table, behind the curtains where Olya always hides.
Тоша, подойди-ка сюда.
Tosha, come here. I felt like kettlebells were tied to my feet, but still dragged them toward the hallway. A couple of policemen towered over me in the doorway. They smelled like frost and worry. My mom always winced and grumbled the moment she saw patrol cars. Worse than bandits. At the moment, though, she looked somewhat confused.
Здравствуйте.
Hello? The senior officer who wore a grim expression nodded.
Тут мальчик вчера потерялся. Вовой зовут.
A boy had gone missing yesterday. His name's Vova.
Глянь, пожалуйста. Ты его не видел?
Look at this, please. Have you seen him? The policeman held out a photograph to me. There was a ginger boy around the age of elementary school, pictured with a wool carpet as the backdrop. He had a striped cat in his hands and wore a wide smile.
Нет.
No, I haven't.
Точно? Посмотри внимательнее.
Are you sure? Look closely.
Где мне его видеть? Я тут никого не знаю, да и из дома-то почти не выхожу.
Where would I see him? I don't know anyone around here. I barely leave the house.
А может, видел в окно?
Well, maybe you've seen him from the window?
Да. У тебя ведь окна на лес.
That's right, your windows look straight at the forest, don't they? The window.
Нет, не видел.
No, I haven't seen anything.
Ясно.
I see. He sounded tired, but his eyes, his stare, long and heavy, was full of suspicion. I squirmed unwittingly under the weight of guilt, which his giant shadow cast over me. The policeman finally tore his eyes from me and glanced over the hallway, the stairway, and the cracks in the ceiling, which I haven't noticed before for some reason.
Вы, кстати, как на новом месте? Попривыкли уже?
How do you like your new place, by the way? Getting used to it?
Понемногу. Только вот дочка маленькая по городу скучает.
Bit by bit. It's just our little daughter misses the city a lot.
Скучает, значит. Из местных вас никто не беспокоит?
Misses the city, huh? Have the locals been treating you well?
Все хорошо, спасибо.
Yes, everything is alright, thank you. The policeman pierced through me one more time with his gray eyes. My head started spinning.
Может, вам помочь как-то?
Can I help you somehow? Asked that in a shaky voice, to look like a polite boy, and to end this unpleasant conversation sooner.
Я вот стою и думаю,
Now that I think about
ты,
it,
малец, на племеша моего похож.
you look just like one of my nephews, little fellow.
Шустрый парнишка твоих лет, с такими же окулярами. Все книжками зачитывался, детективами.
Is a witty boy around your age. Wears the same type of goggles. Always engrossed in reading those mystery novels.
Когда летом погостить приезжал, говорит, что в школу милиции мечтает поступить.
He told me he wants to enroll in a police school when his family visited this summer.
Как я, хотел людям помогать. Смекаешь?
Wanted to help other people just like me, see? I felt uncomfortable, as if a distant relative and not a police officer stood before me.
Ох, ребятушки,
You know what?
сидите-ка вы лучше дома. Не ввязывайтесь ни во что.
Little boys
Жизнь
like you
сейчас совсем другая пошла.
should stay at home, steer away from trouble. The times have changed so much. Mom interjected in a cold voice.
Мне ли не знать?
You don't say.
Ну да ладно.
Ah, well then.
Ты, Антон, в каком классе учишься?
What grade are you in, Anton?
В 6.
6.
Друзей-то на новом месте еще не завел?
Have you made any friends here so far?
Пока нет. Я только после каникул в школу пойду.
Not yet. I'll be going to school for the first time after the break.
Тогда вот вам на всякий случай мой номер. Звоните, если узнаете что.
Then I'll leave you my number just in case. Call me if you have any new info. The policemen were gone along with their shadows, the smell of cheap cologne, and the photo of a smiling boy. His face still stood before my eyes. I wondered what it was like for him being all alone there. For some reason, I thought of the forest swaying in the wind. What did these poor parents feel? What would my parents do if I'd gone missing? Would they cry and thrash around hysterically? Or would they accuse each other like they always do and forget about me eventually?
Мам, а Вова этот в нашем лесу заблудился?
Mom, this Vova, did he go missing in our forest?
Выходит, что так. Бедный ребенок.
Seems like it, poor child. I looked out the window at the road. Hey, Elkie! The police UAZ drove off toward the village. The officer's nephew came to mind when I was splitting off old paint from the windowsill. I remembered all the teenage mystery novels from the Black Kitty series I read this summer. Your average boys and girls investigated all sorts of mysteries there. They looked for clues, spied on suspicious people, and after a set of amazing adventures, bam, solved any complicated case. They became local celebrities and must have made their parents very proud. I noticed a trail of policemen's footprints that led to the forest. Then it clicked in my head. Why don't I start an investigation of my own? Maybe I'll find that lost boy. And I'll get a reward. Olya would be so happy. Not only Olya, Mom and Dad too. Maybe they'll even forget about their quarrels for a while. Maybe I'll even save us from the D word. Let's not do that. I fantasized about buying Olya a Tamagotchi and getting a cassette player and a bunch of tapes for myself. And a whole box of Kinder Surprise. Kinder Surprise? Awesome. When was the last time our parents bought us any toys? Lost Autumn, I think? My dad had lost his job at the time. There was that annoying song about it. I had little to no idea what was the accountant's job like. They count money, I think. Neighbors used to envy us. But nowadays, Mom and Dad barely had money to afford sweets, and Dad would always divide a single chocolate bar between me and Olya. Sometimes I gave her my share too. No matter how much I wanted to eat sweets, she was still just a pipsqueak. I couldn't wait to go out looking for
Пойду
clues.
погуляю.
I'm going outside.
Ага, сейчас.
Yeah, right.
Чтобы потом милиционеры с твоей фотографией по домам ходили.
You want the police to go around with your photograph next?
Лес вон какой густой.
The forest is so thick.
А если мальчика звери дикие утащили? Или того хуже?
What if the boy got snatched up by wild animals? Or something even worse? Even worse echoed through the hallway.
Да я рядом буду. В лес не пойду.
I won't go far. I'll stay away from the forest.
Что я тебе сказала? Мне дважды повторять.
Did you hear what I said? Or should I repeat myself?
Лучше портфель собери или соли поиграй.
Better go pack your school bag or play with Olya. The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. It meant that the argument was over, and Mom had the last word. Ooh. Kitchen, open, front yard, and an eyeball? I can look at the cross, this thing on the stairs, and the phone. Interesting. The dark, stuffy closet. Mom says it smells like mice, but how would she know their smell? She hates it when I stick my nose in here. There. She's afraid I'll cut myself on the freshly sharpened axe. And Olya can't even be lured to close it. She thinks, bye-bye? What's a bye-bye? Wait, does this tell me what a bye-bye is? In Slavic folklore, a nocturnal spirit used by parents to threaten their ill-behaving children. Ah. And UAZ is a Soviet and Russian off-road freight passenger car brand, which was produced on the Ulyanovsk car factory. I see. I tried to help her fight the fears once. I opened the door and turned on a dim lamp so she would see there was nothing but cobwebs, Dad's tools and scratched walls. She still didn't believe me. And I liked to hide in the closet and listen to Olya count outside. 1, 2, 3. Better hide from me. And then drag her feet on the cracking floorboards, hoping that she wouldn't need to look for me in the cramped monster's den. Okay. How's everybody going? Everyone holding up so far? I'm just reading and not interacting with you much. What's these? Mom's peg top. A family relic. Oh, those are ancient. My mom played with it when she was little, then she gifted it to me. Olya was next in the succession line. The toy belonged to her now. She stared at the dancing spindle as if it could show her something. A fairy tale, or maybe even our future? Now even my little sister was a bit too old for the old squeaky peg top. The crust had seen so many people come and go in this house. It was black as if it absorbed all the human sin from the long years it was hanging under the ceiling. After Grandma died... Hey, Ghosty Lazy. Yeah, I see you lurking today. Are you... Let me get it ready. After Grandma died, Mom was going to take it off and hang a horseshoe in its place. but she cut herself with the cross sharp corner and almost fell from the stepladder. Dad called it a sign from above and ordered the cross to be left alone in its rightful place. My parents prohibit me from making long-distance calls, but from time to time, I really want to hear my old friends. Sometimes, I would just pick up the phone, listen to the low hum of the zoomer and the distant crackling, imagining the wind howling in the ice-laden chords. Can you hear that, by the way? Lied to Mom? Whoa. Good. The side of an old ocean freezer was checkered with my childish drawings, Mom's recipes, and all kinds of stickers from bubblegum with dinosaurs that all collect so much. Among that still life picture hung a piece of rolled paper with the phone number of the police officer who visited us. First Lieutenant Tikhonov. Tikhonov. I read inside my mind, looking at the officer's sprawling handwriting. A scrap of paper was held by two pieces of a broken magnet from some old Soviet toy, and those pieces just barely covered up the numbers as if to taunt me. I leaned toward it to unveil the mystery and take the piece to a safer place where it would wait for us for its time when I would finally find Vova and be the first to call the police with the happy news.
Антон!
And done. Mom's reproachful eyes stared at me.
Зачем тебе?
What do you need it for?
Потеряешь же.
Hands off, you'll lose it. Angry, my mom was the last thing I wanted to do, so I lowered my head. Food. Open. Grandma kept ice cream for me. And Olya there? But now I could only see meat bits for soup and clumped together pelmeni. I grew to hate them already. Pelmeni. A Russian variety of dumplings, made by boiling thin, unleavened dough filled with mincemeat. One may even call it Russian fast food. Ooh, interesting. Guess that's it. Radio?
МЧС России объявила экстренное предупреждение из-за неблагоприятных погодных условий.
Emercom of Russia has declared the state of emergency due to adverse weather conditions.
По прогнозу синоптиков, к региону приближается циклон, из-за которого ожидается сильный
Ooh, that's a
снег,
cyclone.
метель, снежные заносы на дорогах. Будьте осторожны и берегите себя.
Oh. Cyclone's coming, Mom! Mom!
Антон! Сейчас ремня получишь. Ни шагу до
Ugh. I'll whip you if you make a single step out of the door. I guess I'm going to the kitchen to lie to Mom then. I was just gonna sneak out, but let's lie to Mom, I guess. It was difficult to lie to Mom, but there was no other way for me to run away from home.
Мам, там что-то с телевизором случилось.
Mom, there's something wrong with the TV.
Картинка какая-то тусклая, и экран весь в полосах.
The picture is dim, and there are stripes all over the screen. Mom's face became visibly distorted.
Без ножа меня режешь. Настрелялся в уток своих.
You're killing me here. So have you had enough of shooting those stupid ducks now? What? I shoot ducks?
Говорила же, посадите мне кинескоп своей приставкой.
Oh, maybe it's that, a video game. Told you the kinscope will go dim because of your console. Yeah, the console.
Где мы теперь мастера найдем в дыре этой, а?
Where will we find a TV technician in this hole, huh?
Может быть, просто настройки сбились?
Maybe it's just the settings?
Сходи, посмотри, пожалуйста.
Please, go see for yourself.
Нормально же работал с утра.
Hey, Mike. What's this? It's a visual novel
Из-за снегопада, наверное, неполадки.
called Tiny Bunny. Maybe the snowfall caused it? Mom rubbed her hands clean on her apron and went to Olya's room. Time to sneak out the front door. I opened the front gate and went into the field, carefully, so Mom wouldn't see me from the window. When I crossed half of the distance toward the forest, the snow piles became as high as my knees. I remembered my nightly fears. I saw those silhouettes around here. They were jumping around holding hands. That hypnotizing music started playing in my head all on its own. In the light of day, those distant figures felt like a simple dream. The sun turned my nightmares to ash, but the aftertaste was still there. Distant ringing in my ears, distorted shadows, crawling on the snow alongside me, and a barely audible whisper in my head, blurry and almost kind. Everything was silent. So silent I felt like the world was totally empty. No ground, no sky, no parents, no Olya, no sister, no sandwich, no Pentab. Damn, nothing. The time reached its limit. A one-way trip that ended at the forest's tiny stockade. Sometimes silence was much scarier than any scream. Our parents would scream at each other while arguing, and both me and Olya turned to stone, listening to them. But then always came the ringing silence. Our apartment became numb a couple of days before we departed. It was hard to remember the last time Mom and Dad joked around, laughing, or spent time together. Almost like all of it was in a previous life. When I kissed with Olya present, she always frowned and snorted in a funny way. But one day it all changed. Something important had left our home, and something scary filled the remaining void. No sandwich? Oof, no animal, no! It was as if a fire broke out, and our parents were hardly packing our belongings, trying to save themselves and us. From who, though? From the people with dead cold eyes, who sometimes visited us in our previous home? The eyes that only saw bowls of worms on the black ground in every... what? And somewhere far away a siren was going off, trying to warn us of coming menace. I shuddered, chasing away my delusions, and looked around. There were only me, this white field, and the wind that was whipping up icy dust and belts of powdered snow. I squinted from the sun and turned my eyes to the sunless forest. It looked especially dark in contrast with the blinding whiteness. Knobby tree roots slithered under the snow like fat snakes. Rotten leaves and coniferous needles froze into the ice. Dry, prickly branches intertwined, bringing up uncomfortable thoughts about fences. Were they protecting the forest? Or were they keeping something from breaking out? Some object was hanging from one of the pointy branches. I tried to get closer, drowning in snow. And when I almost got to the edge of the forest, I saw a knitted mitten. It looked like a wounded bird among the hungering semi-dark. Should I take it to the police? The senior officer looked gloomy, but he still reminded me of Captain Casanova from my favorite TV show called The Streets of Broken Lights. Streets of Broken Lights, a Russian mystery TV series telling a story of the daily life of Russian police officers. It's the longest running series in the history of Russian TV at the moment. Wow. Facts. Eh? There's nothing wrong with this. Will this mitten help them find the lost boy? Volva! I heard a distant shout. Looked like it came from the river. Volva! As if the trees were calling out to someone. Volva! Resounded closer to me. Someone was standing there behind the trees, hiding. Volva! I knew someone was looking for the lost boy, but still, something was unsettling about that figure. Its stillness, how it was bent unnaturally toward the ground. What are you talking about? Its blackness? There's no one there, just branches and roots. It's all just my imagination. A nearby bird flapped its wings loudly. A shadow split from the tree and disappeared from my sight. I looked away for just a moment, but when I turned my gaze back to the same place, it was gone. So it was my imagination after all. Silence reigned for a painfully long time. Nothing's there! My muscles were tightly sprung. My heart was beating somewhere in my throat. Any noise, any little movement, any small whisper from the thicket, and I'd sprint! But nothing of the sort happened. I looked at the mitten once more. Take it! Run away! Take it, run away! Take it, run away! Take it, run away! Take it, run away! Take it! I decided to take the lonely mitten from the branch. Look at that! Volva! A shout rumbled across the field and dissolved into the distance. No echo, no hope for a reply. I stepped toward the bristly trees and tried to claim my find. Really? Didn't you just say something move? You should run away now. It didn't budge. I pulled harder. The branch cracked and the mitten tore off, landing in my hand with a squishy sound. All too heavy, wet. I squeezed it without thinking, and something dark spilled from it, forming a tiny string between the mitten and the snow. Steam rose from the snow pile. I froze in place, studying my palms in disgust. Red. The sound of creaking branches invaded the silence. I didn't have to think twice before running away. Someone was chasing me from the darkness, breaking pine branches, closing the distance with great leaps. The snow was slowing me down. Is it too loud? Crazy thoughts flew through my mind. I'll get caught. They'll get me. I'll get dragged into the thicket. I'll be gone forever. But there was one more voice. Probably one of reason. It gave me strength, spurred me on. You can do it. Don't stop. I heard an animal roar behind me. It was so loud my ears went numb. It felt like the sound had come from a pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in freezing air. They sensed my fear. Two giant wings flapped above my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing. A hoot, a wheeze. The roars were coming from all directions now. from the dried up raspberry bush, from the twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry, run, don't look back. It felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became vicious and like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the mushy trap, just to be caught in a new one, even deeper than before. I continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Someone or something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. The pressure on my leg was gone. My boot slipped out of the hole, and my soles were on a hard surface again. I reached a clear path with one jump, and from there ran to my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. That house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and the creatures that were hidden under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep, then smashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks, as if a dog was striking the wood with its paws, demanding to be let in so it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed these marks when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in our front yard, and my mom had locked the door? Drowning in fear, I pulled on the doorknob, and it obediently gave way. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Porch planks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock, and I couldn't click it into place. I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, whipping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitiful, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Wheezing breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelt of pine and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice she'd always used when talking to Dad. What exactly didn't you understand when I told you to never slam the door?
Я случайно.
I didn't mean to. I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone, and the breath was too. If there was someone in the first place, of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from Mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring, and with it the last bit of strength I had left in my body too. My legs gave way. I propped myself up against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all those quarrels. Finally, she saw my condition. My wet pants plastered with snow.
Ты где был? Я тебе что говорила, а? Чтобы ты дома сидел.
Where have you been? What did I tell you, huh? I told you to stay
Я и
home.
для тебя пустое место.
Am I nothing to you, too? I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out.
У отца сигареты пропали.
Your dad can't find his cigarettes.
Признавайся, ты их стащил?
Be
Курить
honest.
бегаешь?
Did you snatch them? Were you smoking in secret?
Там за мной кто-то гнался. Я думал, меня...
There was someone chasing me. I thought... I stuttered as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned toward me and sniffed my clothes like a beast, searching for the smell of tobacco. Then she squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked into the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant, and she covered her mouth with her hand.
Гляди, вон же они. Прямо у забора.
Look over there, at the fence. My heart started thumping as if I became prey once again, and my pursuers were following me into the field. From the field? Whoops. I could swear that I'd heard something scratch at the door, just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger, and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window facing my fear. CVR Raptor! Thank you! Thank you for subscribing! Or resubscribing. Thank you so much for supporting me. Hope you're enjoying the game? The visual novel, I should say. You've upgraded to Creative Chakra. Whee! Also, how you doing? I could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in snow through the icy winter patterns on the glass. Oh, there's a bunch of pups out there. Dogs! Just a small pack of strays with no name and owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest.
Божечки, ты их испугался? Да они сами тебя перепугаются.
Wet game. We're playing Tiny Bunny. It's a visual novel. It has some very epic music so far. It definitely audio-wise, it makes everything quite spoopy. And some of the pictures move and stuff, which is very engaging. It's been good so far. Never heard of it. I will stick around then. Stick around. Oh boy, you were scared of them? I think they'd rather be scared of you, Anton.
Они гнались за мной, словно за зайцем.
They were chasing me like a bunny. A bunny wouldn't chase you.
А вдруг они бешеные?
Oh wait, no, I see what you meant. Sorry. like I'm the bunny, yeah. Don't worry about it. And what if they're rabid? The smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it were her first time seeing them.
Что если они нападут на Олю?
What if they attack Olya?
Мам,
Mom?
Вот бы твой отец их всех перестрелял.
A manly voice. Manly voice for Mom! Thanks for the redeem. Oh boy. I need some water. Give me a sec to get ready. I wish your dad could just shoot them all.
мама, они живые.
Mom, look, they're alive.
А что?
Huh? What?
Ты уж определись? Они тебе друзья или враги?
Are they your friend or foe after all? Make up your mind.
Не маленький ведь уже.
You're not a little kid anymore. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. And what for? What use do I have for this? Mitten. Of course. A darkened, sticky mitten that belonged to the lost boy made a squishy sound in my hand. Seems like I was clutching it the whole time. That's my trump card as a detective. I hurried to present this clue to my mom.
Мам, смотри, это Вовина варежка.
Mom, look. This is Vova's mitten.
Ну того, про которого утром милиция спрашивала.
That boy the police were talking about in the morning.
Она вся в крови, на дереве висела. Вон там, могу показать.
It's drenched in blood. I found it hanging on a tree. I can show you where.
Давай в милицию скорее позвоним, как нас участковый просил.
Let's call the police right away. Like the officer had told us to.
Мам, гляди!
Mom, look.
Фу!
Ew! A shadow of doubt slowly crept onto Mom's contorted face, as if she was trying to remember something distant, like someone tries to remember their dream, but the images slip away.
А ну-ка прекрати сейчас же.
Stop it. This moment.
Оля тебя услышит, с ума сойдет.
Olya will go insane if she hears you.
Она и так не спит. На все подряд жалуется.
She already has trouble sleeping and whines all the time.
Еще и ты со своими шуточками.
And you joke around like this? At that moment, I realized the mitten was actually wet from the snow. There was no blood whatsoever. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment.
Иди сюда, паникер.
Come here, my boy who cried wolf.
Да не стой столбом.
Oh, don't just
Вот,
stand there.
таблетку на.
Come
Быстро
take
пей.
your pills. A golden colored pill, reminiscent of a dead wasp, fell onto my palm.
Я уже пил сегодня, за завтраком.
I already took one during breakfast.
Попререкайся мне еще.
Don't talk over me.
Сказала дома сидеть.
I
Нет.
told you to stay home and you.
Был бы отец
Dad
выпорол.
would have given you a good whipping for that.
Сейчас же выпей, а то ночью не уснешь. Тебе ведь в школу завтра.
Come on, take it. You won't be able to sleep at night, and you have school tomorrow. So I had to swallow the bitter medication, drinking it down with a similarly awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Volva's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all. Just like the forest monsters and Olya's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either that pill had an immediate effect, or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing yawny indifference along with it.
Антон, выпил? Можешь, если захочешь.
Anton, you done? See, you can do it when you try.
Раздевайся. Уснул, что ли?
Take off your coat. Are you asleep?
Нет, мам, просто задумался.
No, Mom. I was just thinking
Интересно, о чем же?
about... what about, I wonder?
Так, глупости всякие.
It's just something silly. Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure she was looking at her own son, and not some doppelganger that came from the forest.
Точно все нормально?
Is everything alright?
У тебя такое лицо было, когда
You had the
милиционер
exact
про окно
same
спросил.
expression when the policeman asked you about the
Все
window.
нормально, мам.
It's alright, Mom. She heaved a deep sigh.
Хорошо.
Fine. It seemed like the house had changed. The sofa's fabric had become discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulbs also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. A melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor. Olya was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to other tapes. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink and studied my reflection in the mirror, like I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. Oh, there's a high honey in there too. I didn't notice. I'm sorry, Ghosty Lady. I'll do that now. I just noticed. Sorry, hang on. Hi, honey. Thank you for the redeem. I'm sorry, I missed it. Where did you want that exactly? Did you want that while Mom was around? Oh, you wanted it to be a manly Mom. Hi, honey. Oh, I see. Okay, let me do it again then. Hi, honey. Hi. How you doing, babe? Babe. Babe. Hey, honey. I'm gonna go to work now. Found my keys. There you go. I imagine this is how Mom say hi to Dad. Daddy. I went upstairs. Jafar's and Lagos' voice died down. I walked past Olya's bedroom and slipped into my own. Investigate. Book. Drawer. Window. Dino. Monsters, Ghosts, UFOs. The Encyclopedia of Paranormal Phenomenon. From Roseman Publishing, I've learned about the Loch Ness Monster, Medusa Gorgon, and Bigfoot from here. Olya was always scared of the book. She could barely handle sifting through the monster and alien sections with me. But the middle part, where they start to talk about ghosts, really freaked her out. I even remember hunting ghosts after I read that book. I measured the distance between items on my table every evening and checked if they moved due to some supernatural force come the morning. They didn't. To be honest, what was I expecting? To meet Casper the Ghost? There's a lot of kids movie references, which, you know, I appreciate. I mean, they are kids. Anton and Olya are both kids. So they're referencing kids' movies. It's a good touch. Not that much of a hint of adult in there. One of the drawers was empty. I hid the mitten there. The simple action drained the last bit of strength from me. I sat on the bed. I didn't get to search the other stuff, no. Sushi. Someone behind the curtains. My tired hand dropped to the sheets, whether it was due to medication I took or the stress I underwent. The room began to contort, as if the wind was blowing the walls out like a pair of sails. The corners of the room bent and undulated. The only stable thing in the whole room was the figure between the windowsill and the curtains. Just looks like Olya, that silhouette. A flimsy piece of cloth was stuck to my hidden visitor. It reminded me of burial sheets.
Оля,
Who else would be standing there? Olya? I stood up and licked my dried lips.
Оля, очень смешно.
Yeah, Olya, it's so funny. The silhouette was unmoving. It was enveloped softly by the curtains, as if there was a thick layer of darkness there, not a human being. I reached toward the curtains. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Beats my heart, controlled by medication. The wind sang in the field with a chorus of voices. For a second, I wanted to return to the bed. Just lie down and watch the person behind the curtain, knowing full well they were looking back at me. They're looking without blinking, waiting for me to fall asleep. Plastic rings rustled against the holder when I pulled open the curtains.
Попался!
See, it's just Olya.
Да я сразу понял, что это ты.
I knew it was you from the beginning. I did. A blindingly bright halo lit up above Olya's head with the setting sun as the background. My sister was shining. Shining! Shining? When she was just a baby, Dad always used to say she was shining with happiness. I always retorted, "But Dad, she's not some flashlight. I am!" But I brought her to the window one day, and sunlight poured on her smiling face. I felt like I was holding a light-woven child.
А я все видела.
I saw
Да
everything.
ну,
Oh, really?
Что ты спрятал?
What did you hide? She was just like my mom when she was little. Before she put on her sad mask of tiredness and switched to her commanding tone of voice.
ничего, просто...
It's nothing. It's just a mitten. Olya ran up the table, her eyes round, and asked,
Ты что-то украл и теперь прячешь?
You stole something and hid it there?
Ты вор?
Are you a thief?
Что? Глупая.
What? Don't be stupid.
Ничего я не крал.
I didn't steal anything. A clear image came to mind, that mitten hanging from the tree branch. What if I did steal it after all? From the forest, from the tilted figure standing behind the black trees. Olya could be selfish and stubborn when she wanted.
Покажи тогда.
Then show me.
Поклянись, что никому не скажешь. Тогда покажу.
Swear that you won't tell anyone, then I'll show you. Olya wore a plotting smile.
Клянусь маминым сердцем.
I swear on Mom's heart. An oath she heard in one of the movies about the pioneers we've watched. Pioneers.
Не говорит.
Pioneer movement. An umbrella term for communist children? Communist children organizations existing around the world. Somewhat reminiscent of the Scout movement. Okay. Olya nodded and made a gesture with her hand, locking her mouth with an imaginary key. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing against, in her... I guess against is a fine word. She was filled with curiosity that was splashing in her giant eyes. I opened the drawer, and Olya leaned in, holding her breath. It looked like there was not just a simple mitten, but some sort of exotic critter.
Это чья-то варежка?
Is this someone's mitten? She said that as if she couldn't understand what she saw.
Один мальчик потерял. И сам потерялся.
A certain boy lost it and got lost
Теперь
himself.
понимаешь, как опасно гулять в лесу, особенно детям.
Now, you do understand how dangerous it is for kids to wander into the forest, right?
Ему, наверное, там очень холодно.
It must be really cold out there.
Его найдут?
Will they find him?
Обязательно.
They will.
Участковый по домам ходит, всем фотографию его показывает.
The police are going house to house, showing his photo to everybody. Olya traversed the room with care and pressed her tiny palms against the
А
window.
почему он по домам ходит, а не по лесу?
And why are they going to the houses and not the forest?
Боится?
Are they scared? The question caught me off guard.
Милиционеры ничего не боятся.
The police aren't scared of
И
anything.
лес они
They've already
прочесали.
scouted the forest. Yeah, right, flashed in my clouded mind. Did they really check every nook and cranny where darkness, cold, and whispers of icy branches dwell? If that's the case, how did they miss the mitten? Or did it appear later for me? Change the topic. As if trying to get Olya as far away as possible from the forest thicket.
Если я сам найду пропавшего мальчика, нам, может, награду дадут.
We may get a reward if I go and find this boy
Кучу
myself.
всякого, как
A
в
lot
поле
of stuff.
чудес.
Like in Wheel of Fortune.
Клёво же.
Sounds cool, right? Olya wasn't listening to me. She was piercing the forest with incredibly adult eyes. Uncharacteristic for her.
А что, если эта сова его утащила?
What if the owl got him?
Ерунда.
Nonsense.
Не может сова поднять человека.
An owl won't be able to lift a human.
Ну вот что...
But you know what? I was picking my words with utmost care. I forced them out of my overexerted brain.
Ты в лес не суйся. Мне кажется, он какой-то...
Stay away from the forest. I think
Как бы
it's...
сказать... Проклятый, что ли?
How should I put it? It's cursed or something?
Как в сказке?
Just like in a fairy tale?
Нет, скорее, как на той страшной
No,
кассете, что
more like
родители
in that
прячут.
spooky tape our parents hide from us. Olya shivered and stole a glance at the window.
Я видела, как ты убегал.
I saw you running
За тобой
away.
кто-то гнался?
Someone was chasing you?
Нет, просто, чтобы мама не волновалась, спешил домой.
No, it's just I was hurrying back home so Mom wouldn't be worried. As I looked at my sister, my heart was tearing apart. She was so fragile. It was so easy to stifle her light. A gust of wind, and a small fire would be gone.
Хорошо тебе.
You're lucky.
Меня вот мама не пускает даже на крыльцо.
Mom won't even let me go outside.
Как принцесса в башне сижу. никуда не могу выйти.
I'm like a princess in the tower. Can't go anywhere.
Так и умру тут от скуки.
I'll die from boredom here.
Не придумывай.
You're
От
wrong.
скуки еще никто
No
не
one has
умирал.
ever died from
У
boredom.
тебя же есть я и мультики, а мама с папой скоро помирятся.
And you have me and your cartoons. And mom and dad will be good to each other soon.
Знаешь, что бы я загадала на следующий день рождения?
You know what I would wish for on my next birthday?
Чтобы родители тоже в детей превратились. И мы бы все вместе играли, как раньше.
I'd wish for mom and dad to turn into children so we could go and play together like we used to.
Ага. А если бы они стали размером с жука, то мы бы их в спичечный коробок посадили.
Yeah, and if you'd make them as small as bugs, we could place them into a little box. Olya giggled and tugged at my sleeve.
Тоша, пойдем Аладдина смотреть.
Tosha, Tosha, let's go watch Aladdin. Aladdin. Fatigue won over my desire to be with my little sister. I was washed over by some sort of heinous apathy.
Вымотался я. Что-то не хочется.
I'm too tired. I don't want to.
Ну пойдем.
Come
Мне
on.
скучно одной, а мама
It's
занята
so boring
всё
alone,
время.
and mom is always busy.
Можно выбрать другой мультик, который ты еще не видел.
Can we pick a cartoon you haven't seen before?
Да я все наши кассеты наизусть знаю.
I know all of our tapes by heart at this point.
А вот и не все. Ты Питера Пэна не видел.
Not all of them. You haven't watched Peter
Помнишь,
Pan.
ты уснул на середине.
Remember how you fell asleep in the middle of it?
А там потом такое.
And so much happens after that. Let's go, let's go.
Давай попозже.
Maybe a bit later.
Рассказать тебе, чем все закончилось?
Should I tell you how it ends?
Утром расскажешь.
Let's leave that for tomorrow.
Утром не захочу.
I won't tell you tomorrow.
Придумала. А давай в прятки.
I know. Let's play hide and seek.
Нет, Оль.
No, Olya.
Тогда нарисуй мне динозавра.
Then draw me a dino.
Оля, блин.
Olya, please.
Нарисуй, нарисуй.
Draw it. Draw it.
Да оставь ты меня в покое!
Leave me alone already. I blurted it out without thinking. Then I was immediately taken aback. I never screamed at my little sister like that. Olya stared at me and shook. Her lips started trembling, a precursor to tears. My chest was seething with disgust and embarrassment. What's happening to me? I hurried to prevent Olya from crying.
Ладно, уболтала. Давай смотреть мультики. Только недолго.
Alright, you win. Let's go watch cartoons for a bit.
Уже не хочу.
I don't wanna. I came up to her, put my hand on her soft head.
Пойдем.
Let's go.
Питера Пэна посмотрим.
Let's go watch Peter Pan.
Ага, ты опять уснешь.
Bill, you fall asleep again. I smiled and lifted her chin. Her eyes were wet and felt bottomless.
Не усну, обещаю.
Promise I won't.
А потом я тебе
And I'll draw
целого
you a
трицератопса
full
нарисую.
triceratops later.
Ура!
Hooray!
Трипик! Сырик!
Tripes! Syrup pops!
Ну, почти.
Oh, close enough. Olya rubbed her eyes with the sleeve of her pajamas, and a shining smile returned to her face.
Давай ты пока кассету перемотаешь, а я у мамы попрошу сгущенки с хлебом.
I'll go ask Mom for condensed milk and bread, and you rewind the tape. Man, condensed milk? That's some sugary shit. Woo!
Только утром свежий привезли, как ты любишь.
The bread is fresh, just how you like it.
Неси, только аккуратнее, а то разольешь.
Alright, just be careful not to spill the milk,
Опять ругаться будут.
or you'll be yelled at again.
Спорим, не разолью.
When I bet I won't spill it.
Кассета где-то в тумбочке. Поищи пока.
The tape is somewhere in the nightstand, look for it. Olya disappeared into the doorway, and I dragged my feet into the neighboring room. I can see in my viewers, by the way. I can see everybody like slowly come back, and then when it gets real spooky, I can see everyone disappear. It's kind of hilarious. The volume goes up. It gets real spooky. The viewers go meow. Oh boy. you guys. No, it's not that spooky. Money? A piggy bank? Olya's saving money for a real puppy because Dad said that taking care of him will take a lot of money. What? Anything else do that? No, just the bear. Okay, enough playing around. Olya's countless toys. An old teddy bear is the main attraction here. Olya doesn't sleep without it. And she digs her nose into its fur when she sleeps. Window time or turn on TV. The scary window where Olya sees that accursed owl every night lurking in the dark. Olya keeps curtains open during the day, but as soon as the twilight comes, she shuts them tight, so she wouldn't see the pair of hungry eyes outside. I think that's everything. Yes, okay, turn on TV. The old photon TV was gathering dust in the corner. All that was left was clicking the button on the front panel. The tube warmed up, and the familiar white noise started dancing on the black screen. I almost reached out to turn on the VCR when the noise calmed down and the blurry image appeared for a moment. It was a dark taiga forest, just like the one outside my window. The picture split the screen in half. Something creepy resembling human speech was coming out of the speaker. Just a few moments later, the scenery was again overshadowed by noise. Did I catch some rogue signal? Local TV station only really showed Soviet cartoons, and even that was pretty rare. And only just recently I used to always watch Robotech before school. It's so awesome. Robotech. Whoa. Maybe I should tinker with the antenna? What if I catch this channel again? On the other hand, Olya asked me to find the tape. It wouldn't be nice to disappoint her. But in my sleepy state, I don't have the strength to do all of it. So I can set the TV or search for the tapes. Disappoint the child or flick through channels. How do you not have the strength? It's like an arm movement. This is my choice. TV, static, is what I want to see. The picture finally cleared up. But the moment I rejoiced at finding that weird signal again, the TV started coughing, a voice barely coming through the cacophony.
Видели его часто.
He was often seen.
Именно тогда.
At the moment when small snowy hills were lined up on the screen, pierced with rickety crosses, and a male voice was narrating with a slow, mournful voice.
Стояла беспросветная кладбищенская ночь.
It was a pitch-black night at the cemetery.
В то мрачное время маленькая Сеня встретила свою судьбу в лице чудовищного обитателя дикой чащобы.
Interesting. In that fateful dark time, little Senya met her fate at the face of a monstrous thicket dweller.
Местные называют его не иначе, как хозяин леса.
The locals call him none other than the forest master. I froze and did my best not to move, as if by doing that I could scare away the narrator. I listened closely to his every word.
Зверя разобрался с беспомощной девочкой по-хозяйски.
The beast dealt with the helpless girl in a masterful manner. The camera panned across the snow with something black spilled over it, looking for ragged pieces of cloth that were thrown around all over the place. I didn't want to think whether Senya's remains were wrapped in there, so I shut my eyes without thinking. The voice continued.
Волки здесь редкие гости.
Wolves are rare guests in these parts.
Вот что поведала нам баба Тамара.
Here's what
обитательница
Tamara,
одного из
the old
местных
woman that
склепов.
lives in a nearby crypt, had to say. A close-up shot of the face of an old homeless woman weary from life and alcohol abuse rattled on the screen.
Бестия страшенная! Хуже мертвеца отрытого!
Yes! Yes! Such a fearsome beastie it is! Worse than the rising dead! The old woman splattered saliva all over the rectangular mic. Ooh.
И смердит шо, как
And the stick, it's like...
немытый!
The rest of her comparison was swallowed up by the sound of a horn. This smell was like... shit! The one where you get that belly, bubbly belly, and it just... the shit that comes out of it smells terrible.
Не припомню я такой вони!
I've never felt anything like that.
Стояла эта тварюга там, где ты, милок, сейчас стоишь.
It was just standing there.
На меня, прям посередине дня.
Yes, right where you stand, boyo. It and pierced me with its eyes, right in the middle of day.
Здоровенно такая, глаза стеклянные.
Was so huge, that one, with glossy eyes. Obscenities were covered by another beep.
Говорят, что ежели тебе этот дьявол заприметить, то сунет в мешок к себе и дел с концом.
You know, they say if this demon lays its eyes on you, it'll snatch you, put you in his bag, and you're done.
Но меня он не трогает.
But he won't touch me,
Видать, нравлюсь я ему.
Likes me, it seems.
Вот и зовут меня чертовой невестой.
So they even call me the devil's wench.
Что правда, то правда.
And it's definitely true.
Опустившимися до звериного образа жизни хищник брезгует, предпочитая детскую невинную кровь.
The carnivorous monster will not touch those who fell to the level of the forest beasts, going for the innocent child's blood instead.
Теперь все чаще хозяина леса видят в поселениях на периферии нашей родины.
The forest master's presence is felt more and more on the outskirts of our country. Torn between believing in what was said and shrugging it away, I decided to record the remaining part of it, the documentary, for some reason. I quickly grabbed the tape that was on the top of the TV and put it into the VCR without even looking at the cover. I pressed record, turned the sound up, and paid attention to the slipping signal.
Хозяином леса его прозвали не просто так.
It's not called the forest master for nothing.
Ему подчиняются все звери.
All of the animals obey it,
Лохматые.
be they hairy or feathery. They are all precursors of its appearance.
Если слышать его
If you hear howls in the distance,
он знает.
most likely already knows where you live.
Порог дома и стоп.
And if you find animal prints all over your doorstep, the bird's watching you from the trees, you'd better hide, it's already coming for you.
Если однажды
And if you wake up at night and see a pair of eyes in your window,
Скоро,
then soon,
скоро,
then soon,
скоро,
then soon,
скоро,
then soon.
скоро,
Hmm?
скоро.
Whoa! The TV suddenly went mad and looped the last word over and over, piercing my ears. It's piercing my ears too. I got goosebumps all over my spine. The tape ended and was rewinding to the beginning. Score, score, score. What? That wasn't even the rabbit. It looked like a deer instead. False advertising. The sound of rustling tape reminded me of leaves in the wind and the low howl of the beast. I woke up from my stupor and pressed the button. Yeah, it's a goat. False advertising. The VCR ejected the tape. For a moment I thought it was stained with saliva. But that was just the light from the chandelier making the black plastic glossy. Then I saw the cover. Oops, I recorded it over Peter Pan. It turns out that tape wasn't underneath the TV. It was on top. That's what I get for hiring. It was bad enough that I ruined Olia's cartoon, but I also put this creepy stuff over it. Can't let her see this. We'll drown in tears. I snuck a glance at the door. I could hear the clatter of glass and the squeaky floorboards. Olia appeared in the doorway.
Не смотришь без меня?
You haven't started without me, have you? My sister brought the tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. Aww.
Нет,
No.
я пока кассету ищу.
I was looking for the tape.
А ты точно хочешь
Do you
Питера
really
Пэна
want to watch
смотреть?
Peter Pan?
Хочу, хочу!
I do.
Включай скорее, а то мама скоро сядет свой бразильский сериал смотреть.
Turn it on already. Mom will come watch a Brazilian drama soon. Come on, think, fake detective.
Честно, мне как-то Питер Пэн совсем не понравился.
You know, I didn't like Peter Pan.
Может,
Maybe
лучше
we should
«Русалочку»?
watch Little Mermaid instead.
Русалочку я уже насмотрелась.
I already seen it so many times.
А ты обещал.
And you promised me. She's so stubborn.
Придумал. Давай сначала пару серий Черепашек-ниндзя. Согласна?
I know. Let's watch a couple of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles episodes first, deal? Olia frowned, but ultimately gave up. She put down the tray and crossed her hands on her chest.
Если так сильно просишь,
If you want it so much.
откроешь сгущенку. Порезаться боюсь. Края острые.
Can you open the milk can? I'm afraid I'll cut it myself. I'm afraid I'll cut myself with the sharp edges. As soon as I stood up, colorful dots popped up before my eyes, and my sore legs were pierced by thousands of needles. Only when I reached the sofa I realized that the can was already open. Olia had tricked me, played me for a fool. My stomach became heavy. I wanted to rush toward the TV, but my little sister was faster. She picked up the remote and proclaimed in a victorious tone,
Повелся!
"Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha!"
Владычица пульта приказывает смотреть Питера Пэна!
As the remote's master, I command you to watch Peter Pan! I couldn't even open my mouth, and the VCR had already eaten the accursed tape. She'll play it and then... black crosses on unnamed graves, empty crypts, bloody scraps on the snow, and the insane devil's wrench. I'd better tell the truth.
Оля, стой!
Ollie, stop.
Я тебе конец кассеты нечаянно стер.
I erased the end of your tape by
Отдай
accident.
ее мне и возьми любые две мои.
I'll trade it with you for two of mine.
Ты чего?
What do you mean?
Не мог ты стереть? Мы с папой всем кассетам зубики пластмассовые выломали. Отверткой.
You couldn't erase it. Me and Dad had broken off all those plastic pins with the screwdriver.
Теперь ни на один мой мультфильм ничего записать нельзя.
You can't record anything over my cartoons now. My little sister pressed the triangular play button on the remote. I squeezed on the inside, awaiting the out-of-this-world voice of the narrator. But I saw the duel between Peter Pan and Captain Hook instead. Hell yeah! Ching ching! Ching 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 ching! Gotta cheer for Captain Hook, the representative of normal humans. Yeah. Sighed in relief. My head, heavy as a leaden ball, now rested in my hands. Olia smiled in joy. She put the tape on rewind and started spreading milk over her bread. And when the cartoon started, she forgot about everything in the world. As if she really got transported to the Neverland, like she always wished. To be honest, I also imagine myself there, in a land where one never ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. But now Peter Pan's land was especially far away from me. My thoughts dragged on, stumbled upon the horned beast that awaited me among the trees. And the narrator's mournful voice haunted me, sliding over bushes and ravines, like a winged carnivore would track its prey. It felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality.
Тоша, скорее, штору задерни!
Tosha, shut the curtains fast!
Зачем?
Why?
Никто же на тебя не смотрит.
No one's watching you.
Уже темно, а когда темнеет, прилетает сова.
It's dark. And when it's dark, the owl comes.
Я боюсь.
I'm scared. It's already there. I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains. I did my best not to look outside, toward the treetops, toward the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. Of course, it was just a visual effect from shadows of branches scraping the snow.
Тоша, мама думает, что я напридумывала про сову.
Tosha, Mom thinks I made the owl up.
И папа считает, что раз я маленькая,
And
то
Dad
значит
too.
врушка.
Thinks I'm a liar since I'm small.
А сова есть.
But that owl exists.
Вот честная-пречестная, есть она.
Honestly, it
Ты
does.
же мне веришь,
You do believe me, right?
что она там и каждую ночь прилетает и...
That it comes every night and... I swiftly grabbed Olya's hand and looked into her eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination. But did I really have those qualities?
Я тебе верю, слышишь?
Yes, I believe you, right?
Ты только родителям больше не рассказывай про сову.
Just don't nag our parents about it anymore.
У них и так хлопот
They're already
по горло.
dealing with
Они
a
так
lot,
рассердятся.
so they'll just get mad
Ты
at
мне
you.
говори, если что случится.
Come and tell me if anything
И в
happens.
окно не смотри.
And don't look out the window.
Ну, она хочет, чтобы я смотрела.
But it wants me to look.
Перехочет.
Doesn't matter.
Притворись, что ее нет.
Act
и
like
не
it
было
doesn't
никогда,
exist
что она
and never
выдумка,
existed.
как родители говорят.
Like it's made up. Just like Mom and Dad say.
Ей ждать надоест, она улетит.
They'll get tired of waiting and fly away. We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened. As if the forest didn't kidnap kids. As if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile, and Captain Pan was headed to London on a gilded sailboat. By some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Olya's eyelids had dropped. She started snorting slightly. Lightly? Rested her chin on the side of the bed. The chorus was singing the ending song. The world of Disney was lit up by a silvery moon. Uh-oh. Another moon peeked from under the first one. Scary. And one? Hanging over the taiga forest. What's one? The horrific report got recorded right over the credits. My throat went dry. My pulse became faster. I looked toward Olga. She smacked her lips in her sleep. I squeezed the remote with all my might, ready to press the stop at any moment. I rewound the recording, checked if it was intact, and then carefully took out the tape. The protective pin was still in place. I stood up and left Ollie's room. Whether it was by Providence, or by curse, I hid the tape alongside the mitten at the exact moment Mom peeked into my room.
Довольно баловства.
Enough playing around.
Завтра первый день в школе.
It's your first day at school tomorrow.
Ложись, тебе надо выспаться.
Go to bed. You should sleep properly.
Не хочешь же ты, чтобы тебя все дразнили Соней?
You don't want to be teased for being sleepy, right? Adults think everything is so simple. As if sound sleep would ensure my classmates would like me. I covered myself with a blanket up to my neck and listened to the house humming to something invisible rustling in the corners. My inner voice had a question for me. Do I want to hear that mysterious flute again? Yes or no? Maybe it's just a part of growing up and I can't fully understand my own desires. The forest wailed behind the barrier that was my walls. Some ethereal entity wandered the fields. Ethereal. Ethereal? Ethereal? Branches shook as if calling for me. The wind howled on in the night. My thoughts were like annoying flies that entered my head. Before becoming weak and tangled, I didn't notice how I fell into slumber. It has come, after all. The day I feared the most. The first day of new school term! Episode 2. New school, new teachers, and most importantly, new classmates who I always have trouble connecting with. Like most other kids with glasses, probably. I forced myself to get out of my warm bed. Dad would usually drive me to my old school, but this morning the bedroom of my parents was silent. Did they sleep in? Maybe it was a good thing. I didn't want to get the daddy's boy reputation from day one. My parents were probably still tucked in, dreaming about the good old days when everything was so simple and easy. Sweet dreams, even if far removed from reality. I silently sneaked out to the first floor so I wouldn't wake up anybody, especially the peacefully sleeping Olya. Did my best to step on the middle of every floorboard. I used to play like this even in our old apartment. If my soles touched the space between the floorboards, it counted as stepping into lava. The clock was spurring me on with its hands. I need to hurry. Faster! Faster! I was too fast, so I needed to circle the hallway once again. Boiling lava was bursting out of the cracks between the floorboards. I needed to watch my step to survive at any cost. Hippity hop, like a frog jumping on molehills. Like a fearful bunny in a grove full of wolves. I made a sandwich in the kitchen, shoved it down my throat and drank it down with cold tea. My appetite was as good as of someone being led up the scaffold toward the grim. I lowered my gaze and saw that one of my feet was standing on two floorboards at the same time. Burnt to crisp, huh? I moved my foot. Disgusting little snakes writhed in my belly. The fear of getting hit and being called nasty names. The clock ticked. I need to go. It was dark outside. Fitting for an early winter morning. This darkness never fully left the house around here. I took my time tying my shoes, buttoning up the puffy down jacket, trying to delay my unpleasant exit into the semi-dark, into unnerving unknown. Around my glasses for good luck, though I couldn't remember a single time these thick pieces of glass brought me any good fortune. Jesus, that was easy. And no parents, too. What are you doing? The sky was akin to a giant bruise. On the east side of it, a black cloud was swelling up. It licked up stars from the sky and extinguished the rising sun. Darkness was plastered all over the treetops. The cautious cries of birds got tangled up in the thicket. I locked the front door with a long key that I wore around my neck. My parents made me wear this noose, afraid that I, being a total klutz that I am, could lose the key otherwise. The wind whizzed on the other side of the gate. It invited me into my new life, toward dubious adventures. And tagged alone like an old buddy pushing me in the back. Wide shadows that pines throughout covered a third of the clearing. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, I hid my nose in the coat's collar. I was squeezing through the thin fire break, my hair ruffled up and my back hunched over. Tall trees stood on both sides of the tiny trail. The snowy blanket rustled under my feet, and the creepy canopy of intertwined branches above my head cut me off from the already sparse starlight. The night had no plans of moving away from the forest. In this darkness, trees reminded me of shaggy old women that smelled of burial earth. Well, grim. Their trunks turned into cracked, wrinkled faces with holes in the middle as their mouths. Like in not Cinderella, Snow White. Same thing. If I lost focus for even for a moment, mold-covered witches would drag me into the forest depths. Then my parents would be walking around these parts screaming my name, but the dead can't answer the living. Or can they? A sense of panic was growing in my chest. I was fine with Dad carrying me into the school in his hands by now if it saved me from watching the darkness rise up in the ravines like black dough. Felt like someone jumped in the bushes behind me, so I turned around. As soon as I started walking faster, I heard the snow squeak behind me. The forest took a deep breath with its giant lungs. The windfall cracked. The wind and the birds were left behind in the field. Now I could only hear the forest creak. I walked, listening closely, and the unseen presence grew stronger. As if someone was following me, trying to match the pace of my footsteps. I turned my head so fast it made my neck crunch. A tiny trail behind me disappeared into the darkness. The tree branches overlapped, forming a natural tunnel.
Есть здесь кто?
Who's there? The question escaped my lips and dissolved into the unending creaking sound of the wooden idols. The pines around me. Why did I think going through the forest alone was a good idea? I know, right? I'm either going mad, or someone had intentionally lured me away from home. Distant lights granted me a smidgen of hope. A country road? I ran there as fast as I could, as if afraid that the trail will shrink. Clawed hands will grip me by the shoulders, turn me around and make me look at the faces of hungry forest denizens. In the end, nobody stopped me. I almost flew into the decrepit wooden bridge, disbelieving my luck. The bridge's supports bathed in a spring tarry and ice cold. Put my hands on my knees and looked up at the forest. Then snorted, trying to calm my breathing. The thicket was pretending to be asleep. It looked peaceful, lifeless. The remaining part of my commute lied through a snow. The remaining part of my commute lied through a snow-laden road illuminated by sparse lamplights. I chased away bad thoughts and ran as fast as I could from one circle of light to another, seeking protection from electric lamps. Just like in that game, where you need to be the first to proclaim, "I'm protected." Tag. A kid's game where one player needs to tag other players. In certain zones, normally called the goo, players can stay safe from tagging. In tag games that I played, there's never a space that's safe. There's never a space that's safe. It's all go. Everything goes. Tag wherever. It's just in this case that protection was flimsy at best, with darkness writhing outside its bounds. Then I noticed something remarkably eerie. In a place where the light from an inclined lamp couldn't reach, a hairy, crooked shadow came alive with guttural roar. It almost felt like its features deterred light. Its unnatural pose instilled fear. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets as I just stood there, blinking, trying to chase away that illusion. But the shadow didn't disappear, and even got closer. My insides were gripped by horror. I stepped back and almost fell into a snow pile. The black silhouette, on the other hand, straightened up and addressed me in a sweet voice.
Чего крадешься? Душу мою красть хочешь?
Sneaking around, huh? Trying to steal my soul? Words got stuck in my throat. Who could be talking in such a silky voice here? Between the forest and the dormant village.
Чего молчишь, несмышленыш?
Will you say something, dummy?
Язык вырвать?
Cat got your tongue?
Слушай, а я тебе еще и нос откушу.
Alright, I'll bite off your nose then.
Будешь знать, как совать
That'll
его
teach you to
чужие
not
дела.
poke it in places it doesn't belong. A girl stood before me, judging from the voice and the silhouette, but I couldn't even reprimand myself for getting scared by a girl. Before noticing a gaping mouth under her hood, with something dangerously shiny inside. I was stunned. From the cavity of her hood, a frighteningly real fox face was staring straight at me. It's just her jaws weren't moving and her eyes weren't blinking. A mask? It's just a girl with a fox mask on. At least I wanted to think that. After a surprise like that, a nervous smile involuntarily crept on my face.
А я
I was just
просто в школу иду.
going to school and then
Ты... Что
you.
я?
What about me?
Никогда не видел, как лиса собаку кормит.
Never seen a fox feed a dog? And indeed, there was a small dog circling the girl's legs. One of the strays that were chasing me yesterday, probably.
Извини, я не хотел.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. After hearing my voice, the dog whimpered, lowered its ears, sniffed me out, and then started wagging its tail. I guess I still smelt of... Bologna? Bologna? Spaghetti bolognese? Bologna? I think that's a separate dish or something, maybe? And I'll look it up later. That I ate for breakfast. Breakfast? I don't know what it is. I was shifting my gaze back and forth from the dog to the girl. She didn't seem scary anymore, just weird.
Значит, не хотел.
So you didn't mean to, huh?
Как тебя
What's your
зовут?
name?
Меня Антон.
I'm Anton.
А тебя?
And you?
А меня нет.
And I'm not. She's weird. Definitely has a couple loose screws. But she has a nice voice. My astonishment has turned into a mix of happiness and relief. This girl I didn't know was definitely human, if a bit eccentric. I was also a bit angry at myself. This foxy girl was walking through the darkness without problem, and I shuddered from every little sound. I could just walk away, but this girl had piqued my interest. The next time a police officer asks me about my friends at the new place, I'll tell him that I befriended a talking
Ты
fox.
здесь живешь?
You live around here?
В поселке?
In the village? She purred apparently. She spun around so hard the hem of her coat lifted up.
Нет, глупый.
No, dummy.
Лисы не живут в поселках.
Foxes don't live in villages.
Хочешь сказать, ты живешь в лесу?
So you live in the forest then?
Из какой норы ты вылез?
Have you been living under a rock?
Конечно! Лисам среди людей не выжить,
It's obvious that foxes can't survive anywhere near humans,
пока они лисы.
as long as they're foxes. Her jokes were also weird. Just like her carnival mask, paper mache with fur glued onto it. The dog reminded us of its existence with a loud bark. I unfastened my backpack. Dad would sometimes throw food in there without my knowledge. Cookies, apples, or even my favorite crab sticks. He called it a gift from the bunny. Treat from the bunny. An uneaten part of a business lunch, or a treat specifically bought for children. Parents would tell their children that a bunny asked them to deliver said treat, but it could also be any other animal, squirrel, bear, whatever. Interesting. The stray strolled toward me with mincing footsteps, with a pleading look in its eyes. The fox did definitely treat it to something, but I was probably still hungry.
Зачем ты так вырядилась с утра пораньше?
Why are you dressed like this so early in the
На
morning?
утренник идешь?
Going to a costume party? The girl shrugged, throwing silvery flakes off her nose, and her human form along with them, turning into a genuine beast. A real fox. Agile, cunning, dangerous. A moment of hesitation, and you'll be ripped to shreds. She'll tear you up and gulp you down without breaking a sweat. So, why is there a furry now? It looks like she's turning into something else, so... I couldn't help but just stand there as a stump. Until I heard her calm, melodic laughter hidden underneath the beastly mask.
Видел бы ты свою маску, сладенький.
I wish you could have seen your own mask, sweetie. Sweet? Did she say sweetie? I got embarrassed, went red up to my hair roots. We'd seen a fox in a zoo once, when we went there with Dad, but it had patchy fur, gray and skinny. But this girl was of fiery color, and furry just like in fairy tales. I was still rummaging through my backpack, my fingers that was searching for a dog's treat, stumbled upon some soft crumpled object.
Ничего,
You'll see.
скоро проснутся настоящие звери.
The real beasts will wake up soon.
Спроси-ка лучше у них, где они взяли свои человеческие лица.
Oh boy. You should ask them where they got their human faces. The girl's shadow was dancing in the lamp's light. The dog yapped in agreement. I freaked out and dropped my finding in the snow, without getting a proper chance to examine it. Cold wind instantly covered the hole it created with snow. The dog rushed to dig it out, wanting to get its treat. And the fox just snorted. Now I was so embarrassed I wanted to sink through the snow. It was still dark outside of the electric circle. On the contrary, the darkness seemed even more thick. All neighboring houses were sleeping deeply in its inkness. I did my best to continue the conversation with the weird girl I didn't know.
Так ты в школу идешь?
So, are you going to school?
Ах, ну какой же дурачок!
Oh my, you're really dummy.
Так ничего и
Don't you
не
get it?
понял.
Well, I was trying to be friendly, but she can't stop mocking me. Calling me a dummy and all. I should have just moved along without paying any attention to this weirdo and a stupid dog.
А ты чего обзываешься?
Why are you so mean?
Не хочешь отвечать, и пожалуйста.
Oof. Don't answer if you don't want to.
Никто не требует.
It's not like I care. Still, something froze me in place, tugged me toward the dark figure. Her mysterious appearance, a voice that was velvety and languid enough. I was intrigued and excited. I watched her as people watch fires burn.
Ой, да не дуйся.
I'll stop pouting.
Гляди-ка
Look
лучше.
here.
Ты нравишься Жульке.
Julka took a liking to you. The dog was digging through snow with sharp movements, snoring loudly. The fox turned around and looked at the windows of a nearby house, as at its timbered front through the white mist. The tip of her fake nose was shining under the lamp's light.
И не только ей.
Maybe someone else too. I went red again, like a boiled crayfish this time. Is she talking about herself or someone else? I hoped that the semi-dark would be able to hide my embarrassment from the girl. Cleared my throat before asking,
А кому еще я нравлюсь?
and who's that person? I waited, counting my heartbeat. The fox didn't reply. Her sly stare was scanning the frosty patterns of someone's windows. She was reading them like a glass book. I wonder what she can see in those winter paintings. The stray stopped rummaging through the snow. It ran to me holding my object in her jaws. A mitten. Could it be the one I found in the forest? What is it doing here? When I looked closer, I realized that it was just my mitten. Maybe Mom stuffed it in there when I was asleep? A certain missing boy immediately came to mind.
Эй, ты знаешь что-нибудь про Вову?
Hey, do you know anything about Vova? I imagined the scene, silhouettes, dancing in the clearing. The dance on the night when Vova had disappeared. A boy who, when found, can provide a big reward and maybe save my family. I remembered my birthday, when our parents promised to take me and Oya to Disneyland in Paris. But instead of a long-anticipated gift, they gave me a simple brick game console, visibly embarrassed. I was crying my eyes out back then, demanding to take me to the promised amusement park. That was the first time when Mom and Dad had a big fight. My greediness shattered their relationship. If only I could fix everything. Gather everybody I love and take them to Disneyland.
В ночь, когда пропал Вова, я, кажется, видел, как кто-то похожий на тебя плясал под моим окном.
On the night Vova disappeared, I think I saw someone looking like you dancing under my window. It couldn't be true, but I felt like her mask became even more sly. The fox was sniffing me out.
А что? Ты
Oh.
тогда испугался?
That got you worried?
За себя или
For
кого-то
yourself
еще?
or for someone else? Oh yeah. As soon as I thought about my sister, my chest tightened, and the cold sweat streamed down my spine.
Ну так слушай меня внимательно, мальчик по имени Антон.
Well then, listen closely, a boy named Anton.
Это большой и страшный лес.
This is a big and scary forest. The fox girl stepped forward menacingly,
И я не единственный его обитатель.
and I'm not its only tenant.
Другие звери уже знают о тебе.
The other beasts already know about you.
Берегись нас. Этой ночью мы
Beware.
опять придем.
We'll come again tonight. I shouldn't have talked to this evil in child form, I thought, panicking.
Пока ты со своей семьей будешь спать, подкрадемся близко-близко.
When you and your parents will be fast asleep, we'll sneak really close and dance.
Макарену!
Macarena!
Чё?
Huh?
Эй, Макарена! У тебя прямо челюсть отвисла, Антоша!
Look at you, your mouth is agape, Anastasia. And,
Видел он меня ночью у своего окна? Ага, как же!
He saw me near his window at night. Yeah, right.
А ты случаем не
Are
местный
you,
дурачок?
by any chance, a dimwit?
Меня не отпускают гулять так поздно.
Nobody would let me go outside that late.
Здесь, знаешь
Children
ли,
go missing here, you
видите,
know. I touched the plastic frame of my glasses, puzzled by her silly joke. She got me scared to death.
Ой, да не тереби ты окуляры свои.
Hey, why don't you stop fondling your glasses?
Я раньше тоже близорукой была.
I was also nearsighted once.
Лучше послушай меня,
listen to me, and maybe you'll become smarter.
Лисичку как обычно называют?
Remember what do they call foxes?
Плутовка?
Cunning. My words seemed to hurt her.
Ох ты ж! Да
Hey.
как ты меня?
What did you...
Ой, прости.
I'm sorry. Her laughter was akin to the jingle of a pair of silver bells.
Шучу я!
Just pulling your leg.
Конечно,
Of course we're cunning.
если ты ловкий и смелый.
If you're agile and brave enough to befriend the cunning fox,
Я, как и
I'll help you look for your vulva.
Ты же неспроста
there's a
его.
reason why you're doing it, right? I shrugged in reply. Her insight was alarming.
Знаю, почему дети повадились соваться в наш лес.
I know why children have been swarming our forest recently.
Порой там можно найти много всякого интересного.
Sometimes you can find a lot of interesting stuff there.
Я вот однажды нашла целый сугроб конфет.
One
И
day,
купалась в нем. Да
I
так
saw
что челюсть
a huge
слиплась.
pile of candy once, and I swam in it until my jaws cramped. Pile of candy? I couldn't deduce whether she believed in what she was saying from the tone of her voice. Candy? I showed her another smile, a fake one this time.
Посмотрите, какой недоверчивый.
Whoa, so wary.
Ну-ну. А
Well,
что
what
ты
will
на
you say
это
to this
скажешь?
then? She held out her hand in a furry mitten. Turbo candy? Is that a deer candy? Whoa, such variety! There was an assortment of sweets in her palm. In the city where I used to live, sweets like these were sold in markets or in kiosks. I saw my favorite bubblegum in a vivid wrapper among the tasty treasure. A familiar name was on it. Turbo. A triangle fox face poked her nose towards me.
Угощайся.
Take some.
У меня их полные карманы.
My pockets are full of these. Uh-oh. I can refuse the candy, or I can take the candy. Mmm. Refuse candy, take candy. Refuse candy, take candy. Refuse candy, take candy. On the off chance that she gets angry that I don't take candy, I'm gonna refuse. I'll just say I'm on a diet. I'm on a diet. Refuse your candy. Please get angry at me. Or take the candy. Clicky?
Нет, спасибо. Я...
No thanks. I didn't want to offend the first person I've made in contact with in this new place, but I also didn't want to take the gum off the hands of some weird girl. What if she's found it in some snow pile? Or what if it's a prank candy? The kind that blows up in your face when you unwrap it?
У меня на сладкое аллергия.
I don't say that. I'm allergic to sweets.
Что?
She sounded puzzled.
Ты чего? Живешь в мире таблеток и микстур?
Are you living in the world of pills and mixtures?
Ну, в целом, да.
Well, more or less. The fox whistled. Her palm was empty now. It floated in the air, catching snowflakes now that all the candy had suddenly disappeared.
И Новый год у вас правда раз в 12 месяцев?
And you only celebrate New Year's once in 12 months, right?
Есть
And you
эти
have those
понедельники?
Mondays?
Ага.
Yeah.
Как все запущено.
Man, you're a difficult case.
Вам бы, юноша, кило шоколада съесть против скуки и уныния.
I prescribe you a kilo of chocolate to battle your boredom, young man. I got an achievement that looks like poop, and it says yuck. What? What the? Did she just poop? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer anyway, or she'll just lie. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. I was becoming more and more sure that underneath it wasn't just a simple young girl.
Может, Вова тоже нашел сугроб сладостей и теперь кувыркается в нем?
What if Vova also found a snow pile with sweets and is now rolling in it?
Слушай, вдруг он решил остаться в лесу?
Actually, what if he decided to stay in the forest?
Тогда, наверное, ему очень холодно в одной варежке.
He must be so cold without his second mitten then. The wind caught her words like smoke from a fire and carried them deep into the darkness, into the creepy thicket. The trees behind me creaked with their bony branches.
Или с ним что-то случилось в пути.
What if something happened to him along the way? Something terrible. The forest reacted to her words, became alive. It sniffed me out, perking up its ears, just like a curious beast. The fox girl pierced me with her eyes again.
Дикие звери?
Wild beasts?
Это, по-твоему, страшно?
You find that scary?
Ну, не знаю.
I don't know.
Не знает.
He doesn't know.
Уж не с двоечником ли я
Oh my, have I
подружилась?
befriended a dunce? I didn't like being called a dunce, yet being friends with her sounded
Я
nice.
хорошист.
My grade's good.
Бел да пушист.
Really now.
Пойдешь со мной?
Will you come with me, good grades, Anton?
Найдем твоего Вову.
We'll find your Vova and you'll be able to ask him what he found deep in the forest.
Ведь пока мы в
As long as you're with me, nothing can hurt you in the forest.
Вот увидишь.
You'll see. Worms of worry writhed in my belly. Better run, whispered in my mind.
Я тебе не верю.
I don't believe you.
Ты думаешь, я врунья?
You take me for a liar?
Ты, пожалуйста.
Whatever, you're just like everybody else. The girl sounded hurt, although I didn't know if she was genuine about it. She turned around as if she had immediately lost all interest in me. I remembered my dad's favorite saying, "Wear your manners, son." Indeed, this fox was kind to me.
Не обижайся, пожалуйста.
Please, don't get mad.
Лисы бывают и добрыми.
Foxes can also be nice,
Ну, как в
like in
сказках.
fairy tales.
Мне бы только понять, что
I
ты
just
за
need to know what
лиса.
kind of fox you are. The girl giggled, hiding the nose of her mask in her hands.
Тогда пойдем со мной в лес, и ты все обо мне узнаешь.
Then follow me into the forest and you'll get to know me.
Но не сейчас. А
But
когда
not right now,
рассветёт,
when it gets
то
bright.
тебя, бедного, всего
I mean, your whole
потрёс.
body is shaking, you poor thing.
Да выгляди, кондрашка хватит.
I don't want you to get a stroke.
Ай да, провожу тебя до школы.
Hey, let me accompany you to school. After hearing this, the dog barked in agreement and stopped messing with the mitten. I leaned in, trying to grab the piece of handwear that almost ran away from me.
Ну, если тебе по пути,
Well, if we're going in the same direction... We went toward the school and the lost dawn. Here and there, lights came on in the windows of the houses we passed, as if their inhabitants were sending us warning signs. Warning signs? You're just waking up, right? Silhouettes lurked behind curtains, dogs let out occasional barks, spirals of grey smoke rose from chimneys, TVs bustled and dishes clanged in the kitchen. We watched the village slowly rise from its slumber while carefully treading the slowly wheel trails. I walked in the left one, and she took the right one, and the dog was following right behind us. I expected the fox to bring up something weird again, but she stayed silent all the way to school, as if playing with me some game only she was privy to. She would only giggle from time to time when the dog sneezed from the snowflakes that fell on its nose. I was the first to break the silence.
так как тебя зовут?
So what's your name?
А, ну конечно.
Here it comes.
Имена,
Names,
имена,
names,
имена.
names.
Людям непременно надо вешать ярлыки на все подряд.
You people always need to put labels on everything.
Ну и как бы ты назвал такую лису, как я?
What name would you give to a fox like
Даже не
me?
знаю.
I don't know.
Но я читал про лису по имени Алиса.
I read about Elisa the fox.
А что?
You know what?
Я не
I don't mind.
Пусть будет
I'll be
Алиса.
Elisa. Couldn't understand if she was joking or not. I turned around as if looking for an answer. From the dog? From the dark sky devoid of dawn? My silent questions were left unanswered. The school's outline was already in our sight. A giant brick box, stuck in the endless night. Lights in its windows didn't bode well for me. The wooden trees were guarding the schoolyard. Screams, childish laughter, and someone's whistling tore up the silence. I went here with Mom when we just moved, and the place looked cozy at the time. Empty corridors that smelled of Polish, puffy snow outside. The second time I came alone to get the books, I just kept imagining my peers rolling down the railings. Grade schoolers, blah 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 blah. Sorry. High schoolers were smoking at the entrance, in track pants and wool caps perched on their foreheads. Their appearance destroyed the last hopes for a cozy school. Their stingy eyes and the teeth, yellow from nicotine, their smirks, all of it had the same gloomy effect as the cloudy winter morning. Absorbed by my thoughts, I completely forgot about my companion.
После уроков жду тебя на заднем дворе.
I'll wait for you at the backyard after school,
Возле
near the
повешенного.
hangman.
Возле
Near
кого?
what? She just ignored my question.
Не опаздывай.
Don't be late. I hesitated, blowing hot and cold again. Mom always said that when I would have blowing hot and cold again. Mom always said that when I would have trouble choosing between two options. Thinking about Mom helped me reply.
Я после школы сразу домой.
I'm going straight home after school.
Эх, Антоша, Антоша. Это я тебя так просто отпустила.
Well, Antosha, I'm going to let you off the hook.
Другие же
But the others will
незаметно
keep
подкрадутся
up
со
to you
своими
with their smiles and
улыбочками
sink their teeth
и
into you.
вцепятся.
Wouldn't be
Клещами
able to shake them
надавишь.
off as easily.
Попомни
Remember
мои
my words. The fox opened her mouth in a wide yawn. What kind of trick is this? Someone running in the distance called out my name. I instinctively turned around. A huge snowball whizzed past my shoulder and hit the dog. It whimpered and ran toward the spring. The darkness devoured it. The fox girl was also nowhere to be seen. She dissolved into frosty air. Or was she hiding in my shadow? After taking a deep breath, I went toward the school, toward the cutlets in dough, toward the light raining down onto the snow. Ooh. Am I being annoying? You shouldn't let me be able to do this. Silly. Okay, that's enough messing around. I could hear muffled voices behind the doors, saw blinking lamps. Darkness creeped along the windows, and it felt like the school was drifting in open space like a lonely lost spaceship. I have zero interest in school stuff. That's like putting me in a school anime. I'm out. I'm outie, I'm watching something else. Going up to the second floor, I noticed a crowd around a notice board. Everyone was taking their part in a lively discussion. Oh, look at these. Vova, 10 years old, grade 4. He left his home on January the 5th, around 4 o'clock, and never returned. Was last seen at the bridge over the river. He was wearing an orange coat with a hood, a black wool cap, a scarf, and mittens with green stripes. Might have had a plastic toy gun on him. Features 142 centimeters tall, skinny, brown hair, green eyes. Please call these numbers if you have any information. Meow! Now we're gonna read it. I already read it.
же говорила.
On that grainy print, Vova looked dead, with a black mouth and dark, empty eye sockets. Could it be that the darkness dwelling deep in the forest invaded his pores and mutilated his face? No. Silly boy, no. The plastic toy gun couldn't protect him from the whispering branches and the howling wind. Empty eyes of the lost boy pierced through my soul, as if pleading. Unable to meet his stare, I turned around and rushed to the window, took a seat at the windowsill. The corridor was slowly filling up with children, in groups of few. These pictures are nice. Nobody paid me any mind. In the darkness of school toilets, child voices. That's odd.
Для медведя, для лисы, зайчик кушать принеси.
For the fox and for the bear, bunny tasty meals prepare. I turned my head toward them, trying to get a better look at their features, but then my attention was stolen by a loud clicking sound. A teacher marched down the corridor, with her chin raised up high. Her heels were hitting the floor like miniature hooves. A girl was trailing her every step. She was also looking pompous, stopping along the way and whispering some secret in her friend's ear. She was probably the class rep.
Екатерина, возьми, пожалуйста.
Ekaterina. The teacher opened the classroom door, and the crowd of children swarmed in. What the? Out of all of them, a tall, redhead fat boy caught my attention. His face was full of blisters. He looked like the insides of a pomegranate. Rude! A bad feeling risen up the hair on the back of my... A bad feeling rose up the hair? Bad feeling rose up the hair on the back of my head. I've seen boys like him before. Unsettled eyes, crackling laughter. The girl who was a small copy of the teacher warned the boy with a wave of her hand and entered the room through the clearing in the crowd. Some other guy stood in the way of the crowd, and the redhead immediately shoved him.
Топай речь, ему дело.
Move your legs, moron! The boy flew head first, flailing his hands, trying to keep his balance. The fatso burst out laughing, and a couple kids joined his nasty cackling. The laughter sounded like someone was snipping with huge garden scissors. The classroom sucked all the kids in. The corridor stood empty. I wanted to grow roots and stay on the windowsill. The ringer! The ringer's trill blew the illusion of forest away. I tore myself from the window with great effort. Sorry, I'm skipping. School is not interesting to me. Then took a couple of deep breaths, trying to at least calm down my mad pulse, and entered the classroom. I want more spoop! Give me spoopy! The teacher looked over at me. The prim teacher looked at me over the frame of her glasses, clearly annoyed.
Я новенький.
I'm the transfer student.
Мне вот сказали к вам подойти.
I was told to come here. The snowy forest trail was winding in front of my eyes. Pines rustled, but it didn't sound predatory anymore. She buried herself in the register and flicked through the pages.
А фамилия-то как?
Your last name?
Петров.
The school has waifu, though. Do you mean the copy of the teacher?
Громче говори. Чего мямлишь?
Петров.
Petrov.
Нет такого.
You're not on the list. She measured me with a long, heavy stare as if trying to see if I was lying. I wanted to sink through the floor. Hazy faces observed all of that from the left. The classroom breathed and snorted in unison, like a living organism.
Ты не ошибся?
Are you sure?
Нет такого в
I
списке.
don't have you in my register. My knees chose the worst time to start shaking. I felt dizzy. Clutched my fists so hard my knuckles became
Мне
white.
сказали, 204 кабинет, Лилия Павловна, 6 В.
Что за бардак? Понаберут студентов.
Why do we hire so many
Только знают,
interns?
что губяки свои малевать.
They all know
А я
how to put
разгребать,
lipstick
значит.
over their bulging lips. But when it comes to real problems, I have to slow...
А бумаги-то кто заполнять будет? Не первый раз ведь уже.
How did they send you here without any proper paperwork? We've had the same thing happen so many times already.
Подожди здесь.
Wait here, I'll be right
Сейчас.
back.
Сейчас я им устрою.
After I have a little chat with them. The teacher ran away, and I was left standing there. Like a convict in front of a firing squad, I lowered my gaze, feeling the mocking stares from all around directed at me. They prickled my skin, danced on it like laser sights. Once again, I imagined that faraway place. Wipe the board! It was easy to guess who was the main prankster here.
очкарик!
Hey, Four Eyes.
Чё, не только слепой, но
I mean, hey, Four Eyes. How are you not only blind but also deaf? Let's hate him a bit more. with the shit voice. I said wipe the board. My knees weren't the only shaking part of my body anymore. I was trembling from head to toe.
Ну что мне с тобой делать-то?
And what should I do with you
Куда
now?
сажать, а?
Where will you sit? In that empty spot next to the bully?
Давай-ка сядь, наверное, с
Oh well,
Семёном.
you can sit with Semyon, I
Он
guess.
всё равно
He's
один.
alone anyway.
Еще чего?
No way! The fatso put his backpack on the seat beside him in defiance. I knew it!
Ты опять за старое?
Are you back to your old
Снова
tricks?
бабушку в
Should I
школу
call your
вызывать?
grandma here again?
А чё она мне сделает?
And what's she gonna
Не
do?
она, так я тебе сделаю.
I'll be the one to do something if she doesn't.
Рюкзак убрал
Put away
быстро.
your backpack.
Я... Я могу за последнюю парту
I
сесть.
can sit in the last
Там,
row.
кажется,
I
свободно.
think there's a free seat.
Ладно, а с тобой,
Fine.
Бабурин, мы еще поговорим.
And you, Baburin. Baburin? Babu? I'll have a talk with you
Чтобы
later.
подошел после
Come
уроков.
to me after classes.
Будешь по классу дежурить,
You'll be on
ясно?
cleaning duty, got it? Samyeon forced out a twisted smile. Juicy pimples were growing on the tip. Skip. After just a couple of periods, I had already noticed a huge yellow spit stain in my notebook. Delicious. Yeah. Sorry, but ew.
Я...
I ran into her,
Нет, ну вы посмотрите на него.
and she's
Облапал меня прямо у всех на
She's
глазах.
angry. Copy me in front of
Я
everyone.
сейчас
I'll tell my
сама
mom.
тебя из школы
They'll
выгонят,
expel you,
извращенец.
pervert. There was some sort of sadistic pleasure in her eyes, as if she was a child who was about to put a lit up match to the Sheffer beetle. The Sheffer beetle.
Я нечаянно. Меня толкнули.
I didn't mean to. You pushed
Все
me.
видели. Слепых среди
We
нас
all saw you. We all saw that, you know. No blind among us. She stared at my glasses while showing me a creepy smile. I started to fume on the inside, but Samyeon's laughter cooled my head.
Толкнули? Чё, правда?
I pushed you sure? He swaggered up to me.
Вот так,
Like
да?
this? What you gonna do now? Bully said. Come on, hit me. Let me see you try. Hit him!
Слушай,
Listen, you. My throat went dry. My lips were moving on their own. My voice was akin to stifled squeal. Semyon wore a mocking smile.
Давай, продолжай. Чё прямой?
Why did you stop?
Нам все
We're all
так.
waiting.
Если еще хоть раз меня тронешь.
Nice convenient hand position when you bump into her. Wessel the bully. Was it worth it? If you ever touch me again... He slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead.
Натронул и чё?
I
Еще
did.
хоть раз
So what, if you ever do it again?
тронул.
Here,
А вот,
once more. And again.
и еще.
He was poking me with his finger so hard that my head tilted backward. I must not cry. Just hit him in the face!
Чё ты
It's
мне
close enough.
сделаешь, мямля?
Though, you know, his face is gross. I wouldn't want to touch that. Hit him, Just hit him. Just wash your hands afterwards. My vision went blurry. My soles tore off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. Yeah! Do it! Hoo, 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 ha! What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. He was holding his ear and blinking in amazement. Was I the first person to rebel against his absolute rule? What the? I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies.
Лилия Павловна!
Lilia Pavlova. Pavlova.
Петров Бабурина ударил!
Petrov just hit Baburin. Semyon's cheeks grew even redder and his pimples even wider. Yucks! Sorry, but skip. I punched him. It's all good now. Oh, he got spookier. Has something changed here? Nope.
Привет.
Hello? I shouted and turned around. At first, my eyes stumbled upon the black violin case. Then I noticed the girl from my class was holding it. She sat in the first row in the second column. I could swear I caught her looking at me a couple times. And I was sneaking glances at her myself. Sometimes it just feels nice to look at something pretty. The spring, the sky, or a girl that's not in the crowd that laughs at Semyon's jokes. And she wasn't whispering the dirty laundry of other people to... What? Whispering the dirty laundry of other people? What? She spent all the breaks just like me, staying in the classroom or looking in the window or drawing something in her green notebook.
Здравствуй.
Hello? I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern on the wooden floor.
Круто ты ему врезал.
It was cool, the way that you hit him.
Это вышло случайно. Почти.
It was an accident, almost. Manly voice. Okay. This new girl now has manly voice. Because of Ghosty Lazy. Alright, let me prepare for this. Huh? Manly waifu. Just give me a second. I started shoving books in my backpack to at least put something in my hands.
Вроде Семён раньше таким не был.
Semyon wasn't like that before.
Он к нам недавно перевелся.
He also transferred here just recently.
Бабушка мне его по секрету сказала, что он словно взбесился.
His grandma told me that it almost felt like he went mad.
Семёна даже старшеклассники побаиваются. Представляешь?
Even the upperclassmen fear Semyon, did you know?
А ты вот молодец.
But you're different.
Не струсил.
You're brave.
Угу.
I mumbled in reply. Yeah, right. Me brave? A hero that has been standing around in the hallway to avoid a beating? The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes.
А ты за рекой живешь?
Do you live over the river?
В том деревянном
In that
доме?
wooden house?
Ну да.
Yeah. Yeah. Oof. Voice is not doing so well. Yeah.
Там, наверное, страшно.
Must be scaring living there.
Да еще через лес идти.
And you also have to cross the forest.
Я бы так не смогла.
I wouldn't be able to do that. I shivered at the mention of the forest. I thought the intertwining branches of a snake-like trail of endless darkness that spread like mold among the crooked trees. So I straight up lied.
Да не так уж там и страшно.
It's not that scary.
А что тебя так пугает?
What's so scary about it for you? She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydream.
Да так. Ничего.
Well, actually, never mind.
Меня, кстати, Полина зовут.
My name is Paulina, by the way,
А меня Антон.
and I'm Anton.
Ну, это я знаю.
I already know that.
Слушай.
Hey, Anton. She stumbled, as if trying to decide whether she should continue.
А что ты делаешь после школы?
What are you doing after school? My chest felt prickly after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant.
Ничего такого.
Nothing much. I stumbled and didn't finish my sentence. What's happening? What the? Alisa's predatory smile flashed in front of my eyes. Her playful eyes in the slits of the mask were probably just a product of my imagination, though. What if that fox girl is waiting for me after the school? Was it another of her weird jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. I suddenly got covered with beads of sweat, like after a PE class. I wanted to take a shower, as if just thinking of the foxy girl made me dirty. Soiled my clothes, lured me into the forest embrace.
У меня сейчас занятие, скрипка, а потом я свободна.
I have a violin lesson, then I'll be free.
Дедушка мне
My
репетитора
grandpa
нанял.
hired me. A private tutor.
Наш учитель музыки, он же скрипач.
Our music teacher is a violinist, and he doesn't have anyone to teach you except for me.
Только мне.
She waved her free hand in the air, imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. Bow? Bow? Imitating a bow? I could almost hear the music. It chased Lisa out of my head. I looked at Polina's lips, catching her every word, and was frozen from the unusual sensations. They were warm, soothing, and tingling. It felt like I was very small and feelings were immense. They couldn't fit inside me.
Тут говорят, что у нас в поселке маньяк.
They say there's a serial killer on the loose in the village. Whoa! Way to shoot the mood.
Раньше со школы меня всегда дедушка забирал, но в последнее время ему не
Normally,
здоровится.
Grandpa would escort me home from school, but he's been sick lately. I snuck a glance at Vova's photo. His eye was studying me. His lips were wearing black lipstick. Just like the portrait on the gravestone. What?
Ты не подумай, я не трусишка.
I mean, I'm not a coward, it's just
Просто мне кажется, что с тобой
I think I'll be
будет
safer
безопаснее.
together with you.
Антон,
Will you go home with me,
сможешь
Anton?
проводить меня до дома?
There it is! Finally, everything I read about in adventure books, everything that I dream about is seeping into my life. A mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, and a heroic duel. A duel. Duel. Thinking of Semyon instantly sewed me up, returned me back to Earth, and it started shaking under my feet like a dick. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of a Polina. Don't do that! You're already under some kind of, embarrassment that you can't hold in. If you start rising, you'll be, embarrassed. Immediately. And you run away. It'll be terrible to rise. Because no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against a big guy like that. What do you mean? You punched him. It's all good. And him knocking me out won't even be the worst of it. Go back to the forest. Just lure the bully into the forest. So good. The worst part is that Polina will see all of that, and she'll laugh at me like everybody else. No, I don't need anybody to see me in such a shameful state.
Сегодня вряд ли получится.
I doubt I'll be able to today.
Ты же знаешь, Семён скорее
You know,
всего
Semyon
караулит
is
на
waiting
школьном
for me
дворе.
outside.
Лучше мне с ним
I need to
разобраться
deal with
лично.
him one-on-one
Будешь
like a
спить.
man.
Глупости какие.
Nonsense. Polina brushed off some hair off her forehead, and I sensed the weak aroma of blackberry. Oh. Ah, blackberry. Ah. Polina was like water. When you were thirsty, you gulp down and still wanted more. You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop. I remembered the summer evenings at the country house, and the fire's pungent smoke, the berries hanging over our fence from the neighbors, and self-covered pine needles under my soles. Those few peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on a skewer. Could I have foreseen the upcoming catastrophe in the crackle of the coals, in our parents' laughs, in the smell of the fleeting July? Could I have seen how fragile that world was?
Думаешь, этот дикарь будет честно драться?
Do you really think that savage will give you a fair fight?
Со своими
He'll
дружками
just swarm you with
набросится
his
всем
friends
скопом,
without giving you a
опомниться даже не
chance to
дадут.
catch your breath. Polina suddenly flashed a devious smile.
Но если мы пойдем вместе, это их ошарашит.
But if we go together, they'll be put off.
Я же не только первая скрипка на деревне. Я ведь еще и девочка.
I'm not only the first violin of this village, I'm also a girl.
Слышала от знакомого хулигана, что он никогда не нападает на кого-то в присутствии девушки.
I've heard from a delinquent I know that he'll never attack someone when there's a girl around.
Представляешь, у них кодекс чести такой.
Can you imagine? They have this weird code of honor. A delinquent, you know. I thought, oh, that's a biscuit. I just put a biscuit on my foot. There's a bunny down there. Is he better than me? Taller? More handsome?
Ой, мне на музыку пора.
Oh, I have to go to music class. Bye. Polina didn't look like those beauties from the magazine posters or the actresses from the movies. She's just a kid, man. But in the flickering light of the ceiling lamps, she looked much more alluring.
А ты играешь на чем-нибудь?
Can I play you anything? My parents bought me a guitar a couple years ago. I immediately remembered my meager attempts at making music. Yeah. Change. We're waiting for change. Soy song? Soy? Victor Tsoi. A singer and a frontman of a popular Soviet rock band, Kino, that played a mix of new wave and post-punk. Oh, died in a car accident. Whoa.
Увы, не игра.
More spoop! I'm sorry, but also... Spook me! Here we go. Elisa? Polina? Oh. I have to choose which one. Let's have a look at this. Somebody left their school shoes on the windowsill. Judging from their size, they belong to a boy my age. What's up, Ghosty? Turn me around and I'll tell you who's stupid. I bet something offensive is written on the other side. I wonder how long Simeon would keep turning around if it fell into his hands. Abandoned zinc bucket with a rag on the bottom of it, filled to the brim with murky tap water. Reeked of salted chemicals and the stench was so intense that I felt sick. Wow. Well, obviously, this. I wanna see the spooky. After closing my backpack, I ran down the stairs. Adventure! I scanned my surroundings through the window in the main hall. Spoopy sound alert. I think there's a better one. Somewhere. I think there's a goat screaming or something. That's slightly better. I scanned my surroundings through the window in the main hall. Nobody suspicious in sight. The school doors creaked. The sound was similar to the music from a thriller. The high note that comes before an intense scene. Ran around the school corner trying not to catch anyone's attention. The smell of pastry and burnt sugar wafted from the school cafeteria. I froze when I saw a silhouette in the second floor window. It must be Paulina. Gliding a bow on violin strings. Yeah, there it is. With her head slightly tilted to the side. More comical than Spoopy. Damn. I wish I could hear the melody she played, but Paulina was only a dark outline on the window's yellow sheet. Dragged my feet forward. Who dat? The net on a football goal in the yard fluttered in the wind. The same wind that hurled small white whirlwinds through the field. Somewhere nearby, an invisible tractor was humming, scaring away the crowd of cawing birds. Elisa and her scary mask also came into mind. Right now, in the light of day, it was really hard to believe she was real. What did she say back then? At the backyard, near the hanged man. Scribble! What did she mean by that? I can do it again. Why do you let me do this? All I need to do is hover over it. I don't need to click him or anything. Oh, even more annoying. Oh yeah. Wow. Let's have a look. Squirrel. A forest squirrel, chomping on sunflower seeds. Someone from the school is probably feeding her. Oh, you.
Извините.
Excuse me? A silhouette turned around the corner and walked deeper into the dead end, leaving cigarette smoke in its wake. It was an adult. Teacher, maybe? I used syringe among the cigarette butts. I hope somebody just needed an insulin shot. You hope that. I looked at the wall. There was a hangman drawn under the thin black line of resin. Someone played hangman here. Something was scribbled on the both sides of the man. Escape, fear, truth.
Ближе, мой сладкий.
Come closer, sweetheart. Took me a while to realize there was where the sound was coming from. My eyes strolled through the cul-de-sac at the school backyard, through windows and snow. Why? Why do you let me do that? Oh, I can't do the scroll anymore. Examine. One of the snow piles started trembling like a volcano before it erupts. Hello. Give me your heart. In the blink of an eye, the white crust crumbled and a fox jumped at me. She made a gracious bow, enjoying the effect her appearance had on me. A sliver of snow shined on her coat. Couldn't imagine that thinking about girls with tails can be this. I didn't know what to compare it to. Something infectious, toxically sweet. Fight back, or your heart is in my bag. She giggled so enthusiastically that it forced me to smile.
Да ну тебя!
Oh, come on. I quickly rolled a bowl of snow and threw it at Elisa. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. I hit to the shoulder.
Ох ты ж! Гадкий мальчишка!
Ah! You insolent
Да,
boy!
вот такой я!
Yeah, that's me. The fox slowly backed down, trying to arm herself.
Ты хитер, да мы хитрей!
You are sly, but I'm a
Ловок
fox.
ты, да мы ловчей!
I think out of the box. Her retribution was swift. A snowball arched its way above the snowy yard, and the ravens flying in the air. I wanted to duck, but slipped and fell to my knees. While I was getting up, a huge chunk of snow hit my face. It burned up from the cold? Yeah. I swore loudly from the immense disappointment,
Блять!
using the words I heard in Sector Gaza's songs. A Soviet and Russian rock band that played a so-called hilly-billy punk. They paid homages to popular Western rock bands and used a lot of profanity and fairy tale themes in their lyrics. Supposedly died from overdosing. Wow. A lot of these, had accidents. Hey. Dad. He had very little tolerance toward my obscene words and always communicated in clean Russian.
Да ладно тебе.
You could be ashamed of me.
Не больно же совсем.
You can't hurt that much. She brushed off my hood as if to show compassion, took me by the elbow and helped me get up. With care and characteristic for a child, she took my glasses, blew away the snowflakes that were stuck to them, and handed them back.
Вот так.
Where are you from now, Tosha? Only people who are close to me called me that. And I haven't even seen her real face. Don't know her last name, what class she was from, and if she had a real tail under her coat.
Желаешь отыграться?
Want to get ahead?
Мы хотели поискать Вову,
We're going to
помнишь?
look for Vova, remember?
Лучше поторопиться, а то меня родители станут искать.
We'd better hurry before my parents start looking for me. The fox let out a lazy yawn.
Родители.
Parents,
Как скучно.
don't be so boring.
Давай чуть-чуть
Let's play for a bit. You're
Всё
always
тебе
bored at
только
home anyway.
тоскливо.
А ты откуда знаешь?
And how do you know that?
Тоже мне тайна.
It's not even a secret.
Со взрослыми да в четырех стенах.
It's always way too boring being locked up in a house full of adults.
У меня от стены взрослых нервный тик. Вот.
I get all jittery from both houses and parents, see? Her furry fox brow started twitching. I faked a laugh in reply, unsure whether being able to move parts of her mask like that was generally funny or not.
Ну же, Тоша, решайся.
Come on, Tosha, don't be scared.
Я же вижу.
I can
ты
see you wanna play.
хочешь, если
And if you win... The fox girl got dangerously close to me and stood on her tiptoes, almost touching my face with her rough little nose. Playful fires danced deep in her eyes. You can see in the mask now. Try it. She smelled nice, like berries. More berries! Is this a smell of independence and true freedom? I mean the kind... berries? Her whisper poured into my ear like scalding hot water.
Если победишь,
If you win, I'll be your guide.
поверь,
Believe me, I have lots of
есть
things to
чем
show
тебе
you.
показать. Найдем твоего Вову.
We surely find your Vova for one. I felt as if a giant invisible spring bent inside me. My tummy hurt, but the sensation was somehow not exactly unpleasant. It was so weird. I just had a conversation with Paulina and now Lisa. I felt like my mind was becoming blurry, splitting in two, like those gravestones on the Grim?
А если проиграю?
And what if I lose?
Душу из тебя выцарапаю, неженка.
I'll claw at your soul, softy.
Давай, скорей.
Come on, let's go. She burst out laughing, whipped the hem of her coat, and ran toward the road we used to come to school in the morning. Her promise, that sounded almost like a threat, hypnotized me. What? I bent down and scooped up some snow. I wish I had a device that could tell whether Lisa was joking or being serious. Or is there always a third option with people like her? Between her jokes, her laughter, her hot breath on my ear. I wanted to win, to punish her for the lightness and freedom she possessed. That was clearly too much for an average girl. When I, on the other hand, was possessed, or rather intoxicated by the thirst for adventure, by my curiosity. Just like the time when I ate the cherries from Mom's Nalivka? A sweet alcoholic drink made from fruits and berries. More berries! Also, alcohol? And lied down with my eyes closed while the bed was spinning underneath me. I spat, then cleaned my lips wet. Do you want to play, little Sister Fox? Then let's play! Armed myself with a snowball and chased the fleeing fox girl. I saw a familiar street with the wooden posts that didn't look scary anymore. They were just logs covered in snow. If I were to shout now, the guard dogs would start barking, and their owners would peek out their windows. Elisa's small silhouette was mocking me from far away, so it was useless to try hitting her with a snowball for now. Waste of ammunition. Birches, mutilated by the cold, peeked out to view along the clear road. A giant snow pile towered near one of the trees. This was probably the place where the tractor brought all the... Yeah. She sniffed around and mocked it. It's the dog! And marked the naked berry bushes and ran toward the other ones. Elisa showed up from under the hill.
Жулька, за мной, девочка.
Dog, follow me, girl. The dog's ears perked up. It barked in agreement and followed her lead. We ran further and further, exchanging snowballs and laughing and stumbling. The winter forest towered in front of us, reaching for the low clouds. We were at the edge of its shadow, bony and almost? Bony and almost. The fox hid behind a huge pine, clearly trying to get close to me, and shoved some snow down my collar. Pop! It was a good plan, but Zolka, who was running circles around her, gave her away. I broke off a dry branch and decided to act even trickier. I put my hat on it and peeked it from the side of the pine. I'll make her think that that's my head. Bit my lip to stop myself from laughing, then jumped out from the other side and performed a point-blank throw. Elisa probably cracked my plan right away, but still let me win 3-1. I was wounded in the leg, and she got shot in the chest and in the stomach, losing imaginary blood in front of my eyes. Pleading for mercy while also choking from laughter.
Молюсь, жалься.
Please, mercy! Haha, I'm dying.
Да все, живи!
Okay, I'll let you live.
Спасибо, добрый рыцарь.
Thank you, O valiant knight. She pretended to bow to me, then grabbed 2 full handfuls of snow, and like a dying warrior, threw them my way in a last-ditch effort. I dodged her attack easily, laughing uncontrollably and being mad at the same time, I finished her with 2 precise shots.
Живи, живи.
He'll let me live, huh?
Научил бы меня жить, раз умный такой.
Learn me how to do it if you're so smart.
Молчи, ты умерла уже.
Shut up, you're already dead.
Тоже мне помеха.
Huh, when did that stop me?
Давай сыграем.
Let's play something more interesting. She dashed behind the trees after blowing snow in my direction.
Раз, два, прилети, сова.
1, 2, time to play with you.
3, 4, 5, время поиграть.
Uh-oh. 3, 4, 5, the owl will arrive. I hesitantly moved toward the windfall.
6, дыбом волчья шерсть.
6 on end. The wolf's grey fur will stand. I thought I was a real tail gliding across the bushes. I rushed to the intertwined branches that helped Lisa to hide as if something was pulling me there. I had to move them, tear them off like spiderweb. Branches sprang back in my face, but it felt like they were caressing my cheeks and not hitting them. I was sweating, but still had a lot of stamina left. I'll make sure to catch you, little fox. Lisa's voice was wandering among the windfall.
7, 8, бьем копытом озимь.
7, 8. Stop your hooves and wait. The deer?
А я тебя недооценила.
Seems like I underestimated
Думала,
you.
ты просто
I thought you were just a boy. Confident that she was behind a dry pine, I rushed to intercept her. But the local acoustics tricked me. Her voice was already echoing from the other side.
А ты зайчик.
And you're a bunny.
Шустренький,
So nimble, so
хорошенький.
cute. A snowball flew at me from the shadows, whistling near my
Я
ear.
тебе дам, зайчик.
I'll show you, bunny.
Дай мне зайчика, дай.
Yeah, you do that. Show me. A bright fox fur coat flashed near a rotten stump. I rushed there, jumping over a ravine.
Зайчик, выходи скорей. Мясом накорми зверей.
Bunny, show yourself. Be brave. Give the beasts fresh meat they... What? They crave? This furry color that flashed from every tree was the most important thing in the world for me. You should be concerned about what she's saying. My lips started trembling, as if I was a cowboy that was chasing his prey. One jump and the fox was in my embrace. So smooth and desirable. Desirable?
Все, 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 ты победил.
Fine, fine, you win. She leaned against the scratchy bark and started puffing.
Пожалуйста, давай немного
Please.
отдохнем.
Let's have a break.
Ты слишком
You're too fast,
быстрый,
too strong, too tasty.
слишком сильный.
She's saying you're tasty.
Лакомый.
Satisfied, I put my hands on my sides, waiting for the spoils of war from the defeated girl. But what I got instead was a sliced snowball in my smug face. The cunning fox ran away, roaring and with laughter, but I wasn't even mad about it. I needed to catch up to her, to tackle and subdue. Tear her from Mosk and see everything. Wow, you really have some plans.
Зайчик прыгает.
Poor little bunny jumps around
Возле
in the
мокрой
wet
солнца.
pine forest,
Страшно в
afraid of
лапы
getting
волк.
eaten by the big grey wolf,
Думает о лете, прижимает уши.
thinking of hot summer keeping his ears low,
На небо косится, небо не видать.
sneaking glances at the hidden sky. The sky really did disappear under the trees. Hey Vincent, I moved using the barking of the dog as a guide, since she was closely following her owner, and I was getting closer. And the same trail I imagined back at school blinked under my feet. It turned out running like there's no tomorrow was so easy. Faster! Higher! Faster! I felt like there was a well of untapped potential inside me and I drew from it. My muscles were buzzing. My lungs felt bigger. I felt stronger. Even my vision became sharper. I saw every icy branch, every dent in the bark. Something colorful was lying near the bushes, piece of clothing. Another colorful spot to the right. Elisa was losing her clothes on the run, like shedding her skin. Uh-oh. She's naked! She's naked! I also used my teeth to take off my mittens, excited by all that. Oh god. I'll get naked and feel all the wind to the last drop. Oh no! They're stripping! The kids are stripping! Avert your eyes! They're losing clothes. I reach out to take off my hat, to throw away everything that stops me from running wild in this endless forest. Oh god. The backpack slowed me down, so I threw it in the snow along with the pens that were inside, with all the notebooks, all my drawings on the sidelines, and the dinosaur for Olya. Olya. Suddenly a clear picture appeared in my mind. My sister, standing still near a window, basking in the dusking sun. Scun? What's a scun? Her childish palms are pressed to the glass, leaving marks when they warmed it up. She could warm up the whole world like that. She's looking at the taiga and saying my name.
Тоша!
Tosha! Tosha! I stopped and took a deep breath and realized how rash and stupid I was, trying to undress in the middle of the forest while chasing a fox. Good. I returned to get my backpack as if it was a part of my being I dropped. I remembered again how my sister didn't like to be left home alone, and how she asked me to come home faster. What kind of brother am I? Running in the forest that I used to scare my sister with? I'm having fun while she's not even allowed over the doorstep. Sit in your cage, Olya, and watch the same cartoons over and over.
Тоша!
Да, Оленька.
Yes, Olya?
Тоша, а куда?
Tosha, where are you?
Куда так скачешь, чмошник?
Where are you hopping to, fucker? What? Whoa! From the darkness behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared smirking Semyon with a bunch of cronies. Ah, he's back. Let's beat him up!
Ну, здорово, Антошка.
Yo, Antoshka.
Не вышло сдрыснуть, да?
Thought you could step away, huh?
Очкарик в зубе
Check out this four-eyed freak, huh? They surrounded me like a carnivorous pride, making me step back. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if I had licked a battery.
Алиса!
Elisa! The name of my companion turned into a stifled cough. Pines were swaying back and forth like solemn guardians. I was frantically looking everywhere. I dreamt of finding the fox among the trees and expected her to come to my rescue. But only the wind replied to my plea.
Где Алиса?
Where's Lisa?
Что вы с ней сделали?
What did you do to her? I shouted after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary.
Какая еще Алиса?
Who the fuck is Elisa?
У тебя чё?
Did you hit your
кукуха
head?
поехала? Не ссы,
Whatever,
ща вмиг
we'll fix you
вылечу.
right up. The fatso spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against a tree.
Ну как,
It's on,
полегчало?
Feeling better now? Can't be. Did Elisa really lure me into this trap to these bastards? Of course not. No, I can't believe this.
Глядите-ка, пацаны.
Looky here, guys. He's not so brave here compared to the school.
Вылитый терпиловна.
A turtle whimper.
Ты, сука, приезжая.
Ooh,
Не на
shiny.
того руку поднял.
You fucked with the wrong guy, transfer student. Semyon was moving toward me, readying his fist. In that moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected. Seems like Baburin wasn't the leader of this gang. Him. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong and sharp teeth. Probably decided to have some fun at my expense first.
Слышь, Гондон Батькович,
Hey, Faggot Jr. Whoa.
это что ли твоя
Language.
Алиса?
Is this your Elisa? The dog! No! The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with his hand.
Ой ты,
Oh
батюшки.
my!
Алиса!
Alisa,
ко
come
мне,
here, you
сучка
flea-ridden bitch!
блохастая.
No! Don't touch dog! The others let out nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up and she started carefully moving closer.
Иди сюда.
Yeah, come
Иди,
here.
иди,
I've got
дам
something for
кое-чего.
you. No! The dog didn't have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard that it flew to the nearest snow pile squealing. No! The whole gang burst out laughing and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on tree branches let out frightened caws. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusionary twilight of the sleeping forest. Or were that just bushes? Moving their icy branches in the wind.
Ромка, она ж больше срать не сможет.
Rumka, you won't be able to shit after this.
Давай теперь я.
Let me kick the fucking thing one more time.
Второй раз.
Two negatives will make a positive.
Минус на минус.
Check! But the stray was already nowhere to be seen.
Чего ты, баран?
Why, you an idiot?
Толкуй его на очкарику, где его
Go and
место.
show the Four Eyes his
Только
place.
так, чтобы он
In a way
понял.
he'll understand.
Ага, за ним кофяна.
Yeah, he fucking knows you.
Этот очкарик тебе
This
при всем
wimp left
классе
you in front of the whole class.
Да без Б.
Sure thing. Semyon brought his sizable signet ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face.
Ща, парашник,
In a
я
moment,
тебе этой
I'll hit your
печаткой
faggot,
так заряжу.
your
Клеймо на
face
всю жизнь
so hard
останется.
it will leave a mark for the rest of your... I already said it. Where did all of my inner strength and bravery go?
Стой!
Stop! In a wheezy whisper left my lips, and my head tilted forward, hitting Semyon's fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes.
Бяша! Подсоби!
I fell on the sharp crust of ice, and the fatso stepped on my hand, preventing from getting up? Preventing me from getting up. A painful groan escaped my throat.
Слыхали, как заныл?
Did you hear him whimper?
А ты случаем не педик?
Skip. I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot, and the pain was shooting through me.
Че молчишь,
Why
Антошка?
so silent?
Отвечай, ты педик?
At this moment, I felt a pure, unbridled rage. An amalgamation of my anger. Like the sprout's ink, it rose up from the depths of my mind, filling all of my thoughts.
Твари!
Morons!
Знаете,
Did you know
мой
that my
дед
dad
это педик.
works at Nintendo? Fear and anger were grappling inside me like mad
Он
dogs.
айкидо занимался. Поняли?
He knows Aikido, got it?
Он еще воевал.
And he's a vet.
Таких, как вы, с закрытыми глазами
He'll kill the
убивает.
likes of you with his eyes
Я
closed.
только слово скажу, он...
One word from me and he'll... Semyon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Did he believe me? Or was he confused by my face twisted with rage?
Воевал, говоришь?
A vet, you say?
Мой батя тоже воевал.
My dad also fought in the war.
В Афгане.
In Afghan.
А твой?
And yours?
И мой.
Mine too.
Да, и в каких войсках, интересно?
Oh, really? And what force did he serve in? I stumbled. Fear chomped at my rage's throat and made it bleed.
Да он фуфло гонит, Ромка.
It's full of shit.
Бля, будуна.
Думал, меня так просто
You think I'm so
развести?
easy to trick?
Я тебя, сучонка,
I can see through your
насквозь
lies.
вижу.
There was a nasty smile on his face now. It didn't bode well for me.
Ты сам себе приговор подписал.
Well, you've asked for this.
В школе тебя училка спасла, ну а теперь все.
The teacher saved you before,
Хамат.
but you did meet.
Давай, Антошка, молись, чтобы твой труп по весне нашли мне.
Pray that they find your dead body come spring, eh?
Сидел бы ниже травы, был бы целочкой.
If only you'd stayed silent, you wouldn't have lost a hair.
Жирного стукнул одно дело.
Hitting the fatso was one thing.
Сёма, ушатай-ка его.
Give him a good pounding. Sending him again, huh? Let's do it!
Хера ты, Майк Тайсон.
What are you, Mike Tyson? I was moving around like Mike Tyson. Hiya! This was my first fight, but I'm not giving up. Take this! Poop, poop. Poop, 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 poop. At the edge of my vision, I noticed the darkness writhe again, as if someone was walking back and forth there. I sensed someone's claws grab my backpack.
Манатки, Антошка.
Give me your shit.
Махаться
No!
мешает.
It's my shit! I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard. But then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket. Uh-oh.
Слышь, Фрей, расслабься, а то больно будет.
I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. He pulled with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands. Calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face. He looked into my
Ты от
backpack.
нас что-то скрываешь, да?
Are you hiding something?
У меня в школе какая-то
Some
крыса
rat
с
stole my
мелком
school
обрезала.
shoes.
О,
And
Фрей,
what's this? I had rabbit scissors?
А так, а что
An
это у нас
origami?
здесь?
Is that one of those hopping frogs? So what do we have here? All my stuff fell into the snow. A mask. Oh. Roma lifted it high, as if showing to someone else, to someone in the treetops, in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn-out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, mangy fur on the sides. Where'd it come from?
Новый год уже прошел, мудила.
It's way past New Year's, moron.
Или ты реально
Or are you really a loony?
Это не мое.
It's not mine.
Да как не твое,
How come it's not? It was in your backpack.
А знаешь что?
You know what?
Надевай.
Put it on.
Зачем?
Why?
Надевай, говорю.
Because I'm telling you to.
Попрыгаешь перед
You'll
нами.
hop like a bunny for us.
Давай, давай!
Yeah, come
Или
on.
без штанов домой
Or we'll
пойдем.
leave you pantless, eh? Anything but this. What if someone from our class will pass
Не
by?
надену.
I won't.
Сёма, надень-ка на него.
Put it on him.
Хе-хе.
Yasha rushed to his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffoonish bow. Bow? Then he passed it to Semyon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. He looked around the pine woods, as if waiting for help. But still no one is doing anything. I can't run. Won't get away. They'll catch me. And then,
Только учти, Сёма,
let me warn you,
если он скакать
if
не
he
станет,
won't
ты
hop,
сам за
you'll
него
take his place.
подскочишь.
Got it?
Этот чмошник и не станет.
This piece of shit won't?
Да погляди на него, он же
Just look at him, he's a total
конченый.
loony.
Этот дурик тебе уже раз в жбан зарядил.
This loony had already smacked you in the face.
Ромка прав. Давай, толстый.
Come on,
Восстанавливай
Fatso,
авторитет.
assert your dominance,
Или сам у нас запрыгаешь так, что
or we'll make you
Титян
hop so hard
отцепится.
your pig tits will fall off. Whoa! Language! He must indeed be scared. He swore silently and glared at me.
Вот,
Here,
это чтобы маска
it'll fit better this
хорошо
way. He spit it, Skippy.
Надевай, Бернат.
Put it on. Tell the fuck off. Damn it, I wanted him to put it on, but also, damn it. Tell him to, I want to. Which one? Should I tell him to fuck off? Or should I put it on? Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. I can't peek. One. This one. This one. Also, how you doing, Neptune? Welcome to the stream. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Down the fuck off? Okay. For some reason, Romka's disappointment with Semyon made me feel brave. Hi. Something was wrong in their crew. Some old disagreement. I should cut this wound open. I need to get into their heads, walk into their skulls, and warm brains.
Знаешь что, Семён?
You know what, Semyon? In my own voice, smooth and determined, was a huge surprise. I stepped forward and calmly proclaimed,
Иди нахуй.
"Back off." It felt like the whole world was paused for a second, and then unpaused right away. Semyon's pupils widened. The mask fell out of his meaty hands. He took a while to process my words, looking stunned, as if he was trying to solve a difficult math problem. But the answer he got made him mad. The others just observed the scene silently, waiting for the payback. You're dead! I mean, you're dead! His voice tore off icy crust from the nearby branches. It rained down with a melodic laugh. And then I heard whispers from the treetops, from holes in the ground, from animal lairs. As if Elisa was in one of the snow piles like a prompter in his booth, blah, 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 with no signs of fear rather with a tinge of playful rage. That's how this low hum sounded to me. I stared into the clearing between the trees. Ooh. An orange spot flashed there. A fox, an absolutely regular fox, stepped out of the bushes. I blinked in bewilderment. An animal fell on its tummy and was staring back at me with its burning eyes. Its furry tail was sweeping snow left and right, rising the white powder.
На меня смотри, падла!
Look at me! I was still looking past him at the fox that was smiling at me. She grinned with all her teeth while digging a hole in the snow pile, moving her paws as if dancing. What the? Her sharp face was covered in snow. Her whiskers were trembling. The fox put her face to the ground. Shining platters of her eyes filled up with liquid soap. What? I returned my gaze to Semyon's twisted face. He was growling something unintelligible. The fox backpedaled and disappeared into the darkness. The forest breathed at me, whispering, "Whoa. Tell the pig to shut up." The forest is angry! I slapped my own cheek to chase away the unfamiliar voice. But the message still lingered in my subconscious. The hint was my chance. I stared intensely at Semyon's nose. It was almost unking from anger. I directed my words at him.
Заткнись, свинья.
Shut up, pig. Semyon looked paralyzed, as if the medium Alan Chumak hypnotized him. Who? A Soviet and Russian TV personality that represented himself as a healer and medium, claimed to acquire his healing power during his investigation into fake mages. He had invented the idea of charging all sorts of items for the viewers through their TV screens. Died from an unknown... Well... They're all dead, huh? That sucks. My brain was at its limit. Paulina's words about Semyon were getting worse. Getting worse since he moved here flashed in front of my eyes. All the pieces fell into place. My joke went flying into his pimply face. I was speaking slow-mo on purpose, dragging out every syllable.
Есть у меня подозрение. Ты не просто так перевелся в новую школу.
I suspect that you had a reason to transfer to another school.
Сбежал,
You
да?
fled, right?
Как
Fled
крыса
like a
сбежал.
rat?
Потому что сверстники
Because
бывают
kids can be
жестокими,
cruel
с теми,
with those who are
кто не так,
different.
с теми, кто толще их, например.
Who's fatter or
Слабее.
weaker than them.
И ты решил издеваться над другими, как издевались над тобой.
So you decided to bully others, just like they bullied you. Hit the
Ты
nail on the
отыгрываешься за
head.
старые
You're
обиды.
trying to get payback for the old wounds.
Хочешь казаться
You
тем,
want to
кем не
pretend that
являешься.
you're different now.
Но знаешь,
But you know what?
ничего не
Nothing
меняется по
changes at
щелчку
the snap
пальца.
of a finger.
Знаешь, кем
Should I
ты
tell
был?
you who you were? The forest held its breath, listening in fascination.
Знаешь, кто ты есть?
Should I tell you who you still are?
Пацаны!
Guys,
Ещё как...
Yasha was about to come to his friend's aid, but Rumka stopped him, whipping out his controlling look. Yasha turned around and put his hands in his pockets.
Продолжай, Тоха.
Go on, Toha. Rumka's words ricocheted from the rough trunks.
Знаешь, кем ты будешь всегда?
Should I tell you who you will always be? Semyon looked around helplessly.
Второе имя, настоящее имя, которое дали тебе одноклассники.
Your second name, the true name your classmates gave you.
Откуда ты...
Why do you... Even I thought I saw them lick their parched lips. Ah, the friends are turning on each other. Oof.
Свинья!
Pig! Thunder scream echoed through the forest. Trees and ravines enjoyed it. Deco repeated it over and over again. Rumka grinned with all his teeth. Semyon fell to his sides. He was on the brink of crying. I used this to my advantage. I threw the strongest punch I could muster. Ooh! I am Mike Tyson! Woo! I was much stronger than... It was much stronger than the one in school. I ran my fist into his scarred face, and it produced a cracking sound. His pimply cheek danced... it's okay, I don't need to know about his cheek. He was touching the place where I hit him, still oblivious to what just happened. Looking at him for a while, I realized I was smiling. He returned to his senses and threw himself at me, his face twisted in anger. I dodged his charge quite easily after the great practice I had playing with Elisa. Poop! Convenient poop! He fell into the snow and landed on a pile of dog feces. This made him squeal in
Ай,
agony.
красава, Тоха!
Attaboy, Toha.
Думал, ты сосунок,
thought you
а
were a
он как
wimp,
жердяй удел.
But you've given the fatso a good whooping. Semyon started sobbing after he realized the direness of his situation.
Сука! Че я бабушке теперь скажу?
What will I say to Grandma?
Меня убьет,
She'll kill
когда
me if she
увидит.
sees this.
Чего ты там скулишь?
What are you whining
Тебя
about?
с парашей
Get
не
your head out of your
слышно.
ass. Semyon's futile attempts at cleaning his coat caused a fit of giddiness from Yasha. I also smiled, angrily twisted my lips.
А ну вставай и скачи, как зайчик.
Hey, get up and hop like a
Только
bunny. Just stay
желательно
away from us,
подальше,
you
а то
stink of
тебе-
shit.
Фу!
You. Like. Fuck you guys. I didn't even have the time to erase the smile from my face when he lunged at me like a hawk and clawed at my face with his twisted fingers and gnawed fingernails. I threw a kick toward the layer of fat under the coat. At the same moment, the world became fuzzy. The black trees and the faces of my classmates all blurred.
А чё на это скажешь, сука?
How do you like that? He threw up a hand holding my glasses victoriously. His triumph was short-lived. Two blurry silhouettes rushed forward. His former friends. I heard the familiar sound of someone being slapped around. Oh, jeez. He's getting beaten up. Rough.
Не по-пацански поступаешь, гнида!
This is against the rules, asswipe.
А ну гони линзы
Give back
назад!
the oculars now.
Дерись по понятиям!
Fight like man. He didn't agree to his friend's terms. Betraying me for this piece of shit. Ow, 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 ow.
Да пошли вы в жопу!
Are we even friends anymore? A huge figure tumbling in the snow barely managed to break out of the rain of punches.
Завтра в школе тебя
We'll get you
выцепим,
at school
хрюндель!
tomorrow, Porky.
Точно, точно!
That's right.
Да базара
That's ridiculous, eh?
Горло тебе перережу,
Whoa.
слышишь?
Heartless kids. Whoa.
Свинья!
Мои очки.
Блин,
My glasses.
гондон этот стащил.
Ah, you
Зато
took
мы
him
ему
with.
всыпали одну сына.
At least we whipped his ass real good, eh?
Завтра вот
To come to
с
school
таким
with the
футболом
shinier.
придётся, отвечаю.
With the shiner. Shiner?
Ну и Тоха, ты без очков хоть что-то видишь?
Can you see without your glasses, Toha?
Немного.
Little bit. A hand holding a red rectangle protruded from the mist. He was offering me a cigarette.
Угощайся.
I don't want it. Haven't tried smoking yet. I didn't really want to start. Wonder if they'll keep hanging out with me if I don't adopt all their habits. After a moment of hesitation, I shook my head.
Спортсмен, что ли? Ха,
А ты в глаза дал? Не видел, как он Семёна четко в мат?
да базара ноль, Mortal Kombat на.
Mortal Kombat?
Плохо у нас Рокки Бальбоа.
Rocky?
Тогда уж Иван Драго.
Ivan Drago?
Курим одну на двоих, гони Жигу. Тоха, что я сказать
Where's
хочу?
this book gone?
Мы тебя на вшивость проверяли. А то очки эти.
We were just
ещё
testing
маска.
you. I mean your glasses and this mask.
Меня, кстати... Это вот бя... Ты не очкуй.
I don't want to be
Со
friends with you
свиньей мы
jerks.
лично пообщаемся.
Ага. Пойду пока сумку соберу.
I don't want to be friends with them. Let's run away. At that moment, I saw that old battered bunny mask from the paper mache among the snow. That's better. I found it. Its empty eye sockets could be filled with anything, with any eyes but this mask. Looked like it only wanted mine. Where did it come from? And why was it in my backpack? I picked it up with utmost care, as if it could bite off my finger at any moment. It was just a carnival mask with frozen spit inside. Still, something felt wrong about it. Something was writhing inside it, underneath the layers of old newspaper. I could hear 1,000 of tiny bodies rustle in the trembling fur. Huh? Something was trying to chew its way out. Ew, maggots! What the?
Готов, Тоха?
What the? Well, I really want to put that on though. I threw it away. Aw. Whether those maggots were real or just one of my delusions, I didn't care. All this was too much for a single day. I just wanted to get home as soon as possible.
Ладно, пацаны, мне пора уже. До свидания.
See you. They stood without moving, as if studying me.
С кедрами закорешиться решил.
Hey, decided to buddy up with a setter?
Мы здесь
We're over
вообще.
here. I realized that Rumka's voice was coming from behind and turned around embarrassed.
Деревья хреновые, кенты.
Trees make for shit bodies.
Ты не ссы.
Relax, we'll
Мы
escort you
тебя
home.
до дома
You're as blind as a
доведем, а то ты
newborn
как
kitten.
всегда.
Without us,
Так
you'll end up
здесь
dead
живем
around
и
here.
сгнием.
Well, that's nice, I guess. But, still, they're both shitty people. Hmm? Oh. I was able to click him. That's weird. A silhouette appeared on the side of the road out of the fog. We made space to let that person through. Because of my blurry vision and the twilight semi-dark, it felt like it was a ghost floating toward us. When the silhouette got close, I was able to make out features of an adult man. The man gifted us with a busy stare of his cold eyes and moved forward, disappearing into the darkness.
Нет горба, зато дайте губа.
We had a huge hair lip. I was afraid that the unknown man will hear this offensive rhyme, but he was already too far away. Random? We were going alongside a still fire road in silence. Silence felt oppressing, coupled with my lack of vision, so I spoke.
А почему тебя Бяша зовут?
Why do they call you Byasha? The Buryat kid just smirked in reply.
Потому что я волк в овечьей шкуре.
Cause I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing, eh?
Брешешь.
Bullshit.
Пургу гнать, это он умеет. А
He
звать его
just,
так, потому что блеет
does
как
stuff.
овца.
He got his nickname because he bleats like a sheep.
Все после того, как из черного гаража
Started
живым
after he
выбрался.
returned alive from the Black Garage. Black Garage? His face contorted at those words. I could see it, even through the veil of blindness. He swayed. He started mumbling something unintelligible.
Видишь? С ним так всегда, как об этой херне заговоришь.
Happens every time someone brings it
Ты
up.
сейчас о чем?
What are you talking
Ты
about?
серьезно про эту страшилку не знаешь?
Did you really not hear that horror
На
story?
черной улице,
On one pitch black street,
черной подворотне,
in a pitch black alleyway,
стоит черный
there's a
гараж.
pitch black
И
garage.
он знает
It
о тебе
knows
всё.
everything about
Где
you,
ты живешь,
where you live,
что
what you like,
любишь,
who are
с
your
кем
friends.
наверняка слышал о пропавших детях.
I'm sure you've heard about the missing kids.
Это тут не первый
This has
год
been going on
происходит.
for a while here.
Все местные знают,
The
кто
local
здесь
folk
замешан.
know who's behind all that,
Даже взрослые.
even the adults.
Вообще, везет тебе.
You got
Ты
lucky.
вон в
You
лесу,
live right on the
считай,
edge of the
живешь. Он
forest.
к тебе так
This
просто
thing
не
won't
сунется.
come there without a good reason.
Тупо сечет, что среди деревьев
It
будет
knows
выделяться.
that it'll look too fun among the
У
trees.
нас эта хрень может где угодно поджидать.
While in our
Иногда в
area,
конце
this piece of
переулка
crap
или
can hide
возле
anywhere,
дома.
be it at the end of an alleyway or near your house.
А еще
Also,
идешь такой себе ночью.
you'll
И тут
be just going
раз,
somewhere at night and
он
bam,
стоит.
you'll see
где
it in
совсем
some place
недавно
that was
пусто
empty
было.
just a while ago.
Дверь открыта.
Its door open,
Внутри
pitch
мрак.
black, pitch dark
И
inside.
тут как?
And then,
Ладно, про...
during the short time I've been in this snow-laden village, I realized one thing. A lot of people here had some sort of experience with something they couldn't explain. I looked at Pyasha, who was going crazy.
Тоха, а вот скажи, нахрена вы-то сюда переехали?
Tell me, Toha, why did you move here? I heaved a deep sigh while looking at my feet. Somewhere down below, the tips of my boots scooped up fug. I spoke words that I recited countless
У
times.
отца тут новая работа.
My dad has a new job here,
И мама в поселке раньше
and my
жила.
mom used to live here
Давно еще при Союзе.
back in the Soviet days.
Здесь же нечего делать, только гнить.
There's nothing to do here but run away,
Ну или как Бяша, по лесам шастать.
or wander the forest.
Он у нас турист.
He's a camper.
Летом целую неделю в
He
палатке
spent a
жил.
whole week in a tent last summer.
Здесь, рядом. Прикинь? Хотя
That's brave.
от мамки его звезданутый я бы сам в лес сбежал.
I mean, with a crazy old woman like I'd also flee to the forest. We kept on going, but it felt like the forest was sliding by. Pines were black keys, and the space between them the white ones. The thicket was playing its old creaky melody. Snowflakes flew around. Someone tall, unnoticeable, ready to camouflage as a tree or snow pile. And then, when nobody paid attention anymore, they just continued moving along the road.
Слышите? В лесу кто-то бродит походу.
We heard it too. Hey, Krusty! I need to drink something. Hang on. Okay, hi honey. Hi honey, redeem. Hi honey. Welcome back. Welcome back to my stream. How you doing? Someone is snooping around in the forest.
Высоченные, причем с нашей скоростью
Something
идет.
really tall, matching our speed. So, what determines if we get chibi yen or big yen on any given day? Just the type of game that we're playing. If it's really cute, I'll play as a chibi yen. If it's a bit more adult in nature, then I'll play as big yen. There were no tall silhouettes behind the masts of pines. Just shadows. Slow shadows, fast shadows, hungry shadows. Romka picked up a pine cone from the ground and threw it into the thicket.
Кто-нибудь видел?
Did you see that? Shook my head. The only things I could see were vertical strokes of trees.
Пойдемте скорее.
Let's move faster. The sun is setting. I was again grabbed by the elbows and dragged along toward the forest. Toward the pointy spires of branches. The sun had finally sunk behind the green peaks. Darkness writhed, spread its shoulders and started spreading like smoke. It started snowing, thick snowy flakes, white flies, following the scent of dead meat. Wet. My vision had become a small island, awash by dark waters. I was grasped by the same worrying feeling I had in the morning. I felt that somewhere far away, at the edge of my comprehension, I heard a very calm and silent flute playing. The sound was fragile, like ice in March, above the dormant waters of the bottomless lake. I scraped inside of my ear with my finger to get rid of that auditory hallucination. The forest was silent. I imagined a child walking at night under the watchful eyes of
А вы знали
pines.
Вову Матюхина?
Oh! Do you know Vova Matyukin?
Мальчика, который
The
пропал
boy who
недавно.
went missing recently.
А разве мы не его ищем, сладкий?
Uh-oh, what the? Weren't we looking for him, sweetie? I shouted and stopped, staring at the person who was guiding me. At Elisa, in her unchanging fox mask. The girl was gently holding my elbow.
Что ты здесь?
What? Why are
А
you?
ведь я тебя потерял.
I lost sight of you.
Потерял, потому что зазевался.
You did, but you were careless. I squinted in suspicion.
Давно ты за нами идешь?
How long were you following us?
Что значит давно? Я всегда была рядом.
What do you mean, how long? I was always by your side. And who's us? Stunned, I looked around but couldn't find Roma or Biasha. Then I felt her cold finger on my wrist.
Пойдем же.
Let's go!
Мы собирались
We're going to
искать
look for
Вову.
Vova. Without a chance to catch my breath, she started dragging me along through the forest. I was enveloped by the smell of tangerines, coffee, and firecrackers. Well, it's not berries this time. I felt like I was a small kid again, being led into the unknown. I saw the dark silhouettes of trees ahead. The bushes, hedgehogs, were wary, showing us their spikes. Something rectangular appeared in our way like a small box. I became petrified. I touched the edge of my eye, pulling back the eyelid as if I was trying to correct my vision. A garage, made of metal, rose up right from the windfall. It was big. No, huge. Impossible to move without special equipment. Its walls were painted black, even blacker than the darkness around us. The fox sniffed around and it seemed like her mouth twisted in disgust. This is the place. The worried voice of my companion scared me even more than this horrifying metal box.
Здесь
Here?
я слышу его запах.
I can smell him.
Может, Вова играет с нами в прятки?
Maybe Vova was playing hide and seek with us and he decided to hide inside? I felt like I saw smoke form tentacles that split off the garage, searching for something in the wilted leaves. These tentacles slithered along the snowy blanket, getting close to our feet. There was something scary. There was a scary screeching sound coming from the other side of the huge black metal gates. Somebody, or something, definitely waited for us inside. All I can pick is knock? Great. Here we go. I thought my nervous movements were similar to that of a marionette, dangling in the hands of a puppeteer. I stepped toward the garage, holding my breath. And gave the sheet metal door a small knock with my knuckles. By the way, just again, noticing that it's coming to a scary part and all the viewers are leaving. Hilarious. You guys are soft. Knock knock. And then jump back. For a moment, it seemed like someone growled in pain inside the metal walls. I heard rusty meat hooks jingle on thick metal chains, awakening someone huge who crawled to open the black gates. Nothing happened. My heart was racing. What the fuck? Still nothing. Knock knock. I hesitated to turn my back to the garage. And something or rather. Run! I heard a weak, scared voice resound in my head. Stumbling all over the place, I still rushed into the night that was swarming with shadows. I ran behind the crooked trunk of a pine, sure that Elisa was by my side. But after a moment had passed, I realized that the girl was nowhere to be found. The forest was mumbling its ancient chants. Squeaking, ticking, rustling. I froze. I didn't know how much time had passed before I realized that I was standing in complete darkness in a circle of trees that were shooting up their trunks high into the sky. Welcome back. Everything around me moved, trembled. My ears went numb from all the rustling. The treetops melted into the darkness of the cosmos. I want a donut. The bushes became empty cells whose occupants were suddenly set free. It felt like a clawed fang could fly out of the darkness into my stunned face at any moment. I heard a scream somewhere far away.
Антон!
Anton? Someone was looking for me, just like that boy who went missing. Tears stung my eyes. A big drop fell from my lashes.
Антон!
The scream was closer now, and for a moment I believed that I was about to be saved. Uh-oh. One of the trees moved. It wasn't Rumka, nor was it Pyasha. An adult, tall, with long arms. Many shadows that looked like dogs snuck around his back, but those beasts were much larger than that stray pup that we were encountering before. The forest was dormant no longer. No longer did it hide its face behind fake masks. I stood still. Oof, it's pretty loud. Like a deer pierced by the lights of an incoming truck, and all the beasts stared at me. In this semi-dark, without my glasses, I could see very little, but it was still more than enough for me to freeze in terror. So where's the spoopy bunny? I think I threw it away. I think I threw it away. Unfortunate. A foul smell of animal piss and wet fur enveloped the clearing when the creepy procession with the giant at its head moved towards me. My legs gave away because of fear, and I fell to my knees. Into the snow, it looked like I was praying to that figure, to the trees, through the darkness. I didn't dare lift my eyes, so when he got close, showering me with his stench, for a moment I thought that his legs were covered in grey fur. I shut my eyes so tight that red circles started dancing on the eyes of my eyelids. I didn't want to look. I could still hear everything. His breath was akin to sandpaper that was scratching at my ears. His voice was deep, hoarse. No, it wasn't a voice, a roar. I fished my grandma's chant out of the pool of my memory.
Мертвые к мертвым, живые к живым, мертвые к...
I got his stench and roaring in reply. Words could never protect against claws and fangs. I was helpless. Then I heard a familiar sweet voice nearby.
Ну же, скорей! Попробуй его на вкус!
Come on, do it. Get a taste of him. That's not nice.
Не надо!
No! Something slid across my throat. Like a meaty, sticky rope. Ah, you got licked. Where's your shotgun? He doesn't have one. Someone's tongue.
Я
Bleh.
же говорила, хозяин!
I told you, master.
Это
He's our
наш
bunny.
зайчик. Позаботься о
Please
нем.
take good care of him. From the narrow embrasures of barely lifted eyelids, covered by my trembling fingers, I watched a horrifying silhouette tower over me. I was taking in the smell of kennels, compost pits, and moss. In front of me stood a scary horned beast with the presence of a monarch. His posture told me of his electrifying nobleness. His horns supported the clouds, and his popped out leucomas pierced my ready-to-pop eyes with a thorny stare. His hands were full of gifts. Candy! Look, it's a bounty! Who eats those? And a Snickers? Mars bar? Yeah, all the candies. For you! Candy rained at my feet. Gun? A doll fell nearby, and then it started raining toys. A spinning top, a bear, a red-headed Carlson without a propeller, a tin toy soldier with a flag, a fire truck, and blah 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 blah. The toys, there was so many. The toys weren't covered in blood, but my imagination was painting them with red spots and crimson leaks all on its own. The horned shadow of the beast moved over to the treasures that once belonged to unknown kids. Take it! hairy hands reached into surrounding darkness, took out mangy bunny mask that was haunting me. Ah, we did it! Mask successfully put on. Quick, pick up the AK-47. I think it's just a toy. And forcefully pushed it over my face. Bunny. The shadows of beasts around us slowly and graciously stood up on their rear legs. Then a light hit my face, shattering the monster's figure in two. I put up my hand to protect myself. Flashlight's ray slid down.
Антон!
Dad!
Вот ты где.
There you are.
Ты совсем сдурел?
Are you out of your mind?
Это вообще как понимать?
What's this all about? I was staring at my dad, completely stunned, into this space where the monster was just a moment ago. The clearing was enveloped in darkness again, but I could still barely make out the outlines of toys and candy in the snow. And I'm sure if I was brave enough to get close to the bushes, I'd find animal prints there.
Язык проглотил.
Cat got your tongue?
Одноклассники твои к нам
Your
пришли.
classmates came to us.
Сказали, ты сбежал от них в лес, в самую чащу и...
They said that you ran away from them deep into the forest
Что это
and...
за дрянь ты напялил?
What the hell are you wearing? I pulled the mask down from my sweaty face and threw it into the heap of toys. Huh? Branches cracked in the distance. I pressed myself into my father's chest, engulfed by fear, and he started looking around, alerted, and spoke in a tone of voice that was much more nervous.
Пойдем отсюда скорее.
Okay, let's get out of here.
Мать узнает, такой нагоняй нам устроит, мало не покажется.
If your mother learns of this, she'll be so mad at us that we'll never forget this day. I reached out for my father, still feeling the chilly embrace of fear. I grabbed his arm. Dad! Then stood up and wobbled along behind my father, following his barely disconcertable footprints. Back to civilization, back to light, back to the road where my dad parked his car.
Чтобы дома ни слова, ясно?
And not a word about this at home, got it?
Ни единого намека, где я тебя нашел.
Don't even hint at where I found you.
Да, пап.
Alright, Dad. He was holding my hand as if it was the most precious thing in the world and kept telling me how afraid he was to lose me or Olya. Aww! But it wasn't that sticky, like the... Well, of course not. I mean, that's a tongue. That's a hand, not a tongue. Silly. His fear was noble, crystal clear diamond. Diamond. And I just nodded in reply and kept moving my feet. And then I heard a familiar voice coming from behind me.
Помни, пока ты со мной, никто тебя здесь не тронет.
As long as you're with me, nobody will lay a finger on you here. Remember that. The car sped toward our house. That's the garage. Was I supposed to press that? I didn't notice that I could press something before, so maybe I missed some stuff. A moment passed and the building disappeared around the corner. I gulped down my what's that? Dollar. What's a dollar? Does this say? Man. I don't know what that is. And the white snowflakes just kept dancing in the starry sky. Look what the cat dragged in. Mom was going down the stairs, piercing Dad with her trademark glare. Her face showed me something between wrath and condensation. Suddenly her gaze shifted up to me. Suddenly her gaze shifted to me and stayed for a dangerously long time.
Так, я не поняла. Антон, а где очки? Потерял?
What's this? Where are your glasses, Anton? Did you lose them?
Да в школе поди забыл, простофиля.
This dummy probably just forgot them at school. A venomous pause followed.
Весь в тебя.
Is your son alright? Dad glared at Mom, and then mischievously winked at me, reminding me of our deal.
Ну ничего, есть же запасные. Проживем как-нибудь.
Well, we have spare glasses, so we'll manage somehow. My parents stood in silence a bit longer, and then both of them went to mind their own business. Oof. Olya threw herself into my arms before I could even take off my coat.
А я лису увидела!
I saw a fox! Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud bang. My mom let it fall. If? My mom let it fall. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mom spoke with disappointment. First it was an owl, now it's a fox. Will you ever get tired from this?
Правда, правда!
But it's true!
Такая пушистая!
She was so fluffy!
Она у забора стояла на задних лапах, совсем как человек.
She stood on her back legs, near the hedge, just like a person.
Она меня позвала, а тут мама вышла, и лиса убежала.
The fox called my name, but then Mom came and she fled. There was no fox. Stop making things up.
Не подходи к ней.
Don't go near her. If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister, as if she was a doll made of cloth.
Ты чего, Тоша?
What's wrong, Tosha?
Не подходи, слышишь?
Don't go, you hear me? Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated.
Ну, лиса ведь укусить может.
Well, a fox will bite you. I remembered fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined Maya Lisa. Maya Lisa? My? I imagined Lisa, liberated, carnivorous, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands.
Это ж была не настоящая лиса.
It wasn't a real fox.
Расскажи ему, Оль.
Tell him, Oya.
Она на двух ногах ходила, а еще была в платье одета.
She stood on two legs and wore a dress.
Только она была
And
взаправду.
she was real.
Видишь?
See? Mom showed us a tired smile, as if it was only, as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soap, right before it dissolves completely on your palm. The thing about soap. Don't you guys also eventually just come up with this really tiny thing of soap and you just like, I'm gonna lose this down the drain. It's gonna break in half and then that half will go down the drain and I'll be left with like this tiny little like fingertip sized bit of soap. What am I gonna do with it? And then it sort of just hangs around while it waits for the bigger soap to like merge with the small soap. Just an off story. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered,
Еще раз увидишь ее, беги.
"If you see her again, run." Thoughts of the forest beast bombarded me like a rain of candy and toys. there was a hairy silhouette standing in front of me, towering over the treetops. Who was he? What happened in the forest? What's happening to me? I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth. Washed them down with water. Please, stop driving me mad, please. I barely managed to force myself to do homework, but those math problems just refused to be solved. Numbers in my notebook tumbled around and mixed in a whirling dance, sometimes running over the lines. My head became heavy from that pandemonium, and I almost dropped it into that chain of numbers. My eyelids felt like they were tiny weights tied to them, the type used in grocery stores. Right at that moment, I surrendered and closed my notebook. The memories of my day started flashing before my eyes. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor.
Эй, новенький, новенький.
I saw all my new school friends. Katya approached. Hey, transfer student, transfer student.
Чего тебе, Кать?
What do you want, Katya? She got up on her tiptoes and started swaying, hiding her hands behind her back, and then asked me with a fake smile on her face.
Скажи, пожалуйста, а чего это тебя к нам перевели, а?
Can I ask you something? Why did you get transferred here? I might have told the truth about this to Polina, but Katya will sell it on the market for 3 kopeikas? Gil. Gold. Yen. Money. Sure. Yeah, probably. It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Vova's pictures for everyone to see. So I reverted to an answer I knew by heart.
Это все из-за моих родителей.
It's because of my parents.
У папы тут новая работа, а мама...
My dad has a new job here, and my mom. But Katya didn't listen to me. Just rushed toward the perked up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling.
Да-да, конечно, конечно. Он нас тут совсем за дурачков держит.
He takes us all for
Я вот
fools.
слыхала,
I've heard
что
it's all
это всё
because of
из-за
his
них.
father.
Недавно кому-то
He crossed the
крутому
road of some
дорогу,
big shot, and
и
now
теперь
their
они
family
всей
is
своей
hiding
семейкой
in our
в
remote
нашем
little village.
захолустье скрываются.
Man, these kids are vicious.
Неправда! Ты все врешь!
А слышали, как он бабулина просто так стукнул?
Oh, and did you hear about how he hit, that fatty guy? Out of the blue?
Это каким
What
надо
kind of
быть
freak must you be
уродом,
to
чтобы
start
в
bullying our
первый же
classmates
день
from
так
day
на того
one?
класть?
Прекрати! Ты же
Stop.
знаешь, он
You know he
первый
started
начал.
it.
И будто этого мало.
And if that wasn't enough, there are rumors that he's hanging out with delinquents from Romka Piatifensk gang.
Ой, девочки, сумки,
Be careful with your backs, girls.
Того и гляди, в
I wouldn't be
гардеробе
surprised if
вещи начнут
things
попадать.
start disappearing from our wardrobe.
Будем знать. Это Петров с дружками постарался.
And we'll know who to blame. Petrov and his friends. Yes, yes, yes.
Замолчи! Заткнись!
Shut up, bitch! Look at him scream, as if something's bit him. His pupils, look how wide they are. I hope he won't go insane and resort to violence again.
Не зря же его мать с таблетками пичкает.
I mean, there must be a reason his mom always feeds him those pills, right? So vicious! I just stood there in confusion, trying in vain to understand how she found out about my medicine. And what scared me even more was the possibility that her nonsense had some truth mixed in.
Да-да,
Yes, that's right.
он такой же
He's
ненормальный,
insane as his
как и
little
есть,
sister.
представляете?
Can you imagine
Как
that
и
she says a
сумасшедший
human-sized
дурочка.
owl
Каждую
visits her every
ночь
night?
прилетает столько, что-то её никто из
Not a
здоровых
single healthy
людей.
person has seen it.
А этот наивный
And the
простак
simpleton
ей
believes her.
Нет,
Can you imagine
вы
that?
представляете?
And then I caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd.
Это правда, Антон?
Is that true, Anton?
Неужели действительно?
Are you
Тебе не
really?
здоровится?
Are you unwell?
Полина, послушай меня!
Polina, please listen to me.
Как же, как же? Не слушай этого болтуна, Полиночка.
Don't listen to this liar,
Ты
Polino.
еще не знаешь.
You don't even know
Он тебя на
that he
другую
cheated on you
влюбился.
with someone not from our school.
На
With Alisa.
Алису.
Polina slouched as if someone kicked her in the stomach, and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor, wailing and screaming. What kind of fever dream is this?
Почему она, Антон? Почему?
This is dumb. I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Polina's side before getting shoved violently by Katya.
Убери от нее свои лапы, чудовище!
Get your paws off her, you monster! Rage was building up under the veil of my fear. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip lift. Upper lip lift. Creep up. Upper lift. My upper lip lift, creep up. Showing my teeth.
То, что твой отец бьет мать, еще не дает тебе права поднимать руку
The fact
на
that your father
девушку.
beats your mother doesn't give you the right to do the same to girls. What? My fists become hammers. I couldn't unclench. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I already lunged at the angry Katya.
Слетел-таки! Слетел! Спасите! Помогите! Петров с катушек слетел!
Yikes. What the? What the? The subtle silhouettes of my schoolmates became larger, wider. They shot upward toward the ceiling. Turned into giant black forest, chock full of toothy faces. I shrank to a tiny ball of fur, and I started shaking in fear before the might of ulcer-ridden trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell. It was a really loud damn.
Показал свое животное нутро.
So you finally shown your animal nature,
Трус!
coward. Well,
Почему она?
this is a weird fever dream.
Чем она лучше?
As if she thought that. Bunny!
Он! Животное! Чужак!
Bunny! What the? A scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descended somewhere from above, and I dug myself into them. What?
Пожалуйста, вставай!
I jumped up, almost falling out of bed. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Olia's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear. I knew it was a dream.
Пожалуйста!
Santa, please, wake up, wake up! It took my eyes a while to focus on the silhouette near the window. Olia's voice was distant. My head was still ringing after the fight. So sounds got distorted, as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister was distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase.
Сова! Сова!
The owl! The owl!
Пожалуйста!
Please, I'm scared. Her tears poured on my heart like boiling water, but I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, this scared Olia wouldn't have woken me
Оля,
up.
я сейчас.
Wait a second, Olia.
Хочешь, я тебе Мурзилку
Want me
почитаю?
to read Murzilka for you?
Подожди.
Placed my bare hands on the cold floor, felt around for my glasses, remembered that someone has got them.
Антон, пожалуйста! Пожалуйста, посмотри!
Anton, look! She couldn't tear her eyes off the window. As if it was a staring contest, I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp poured bright light all over me. I got up. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it further. The next moment, my sister was just a blurry spot. I took a hesitant step forward.
Оль,
Oh yeah?
что там?
What's there?
Что-то
What happened?
случилось? Ты хочешь, чтобы
Do you want me to
открыл, что
open
ли?
the curtains? No, please don't. The owl is there. The voice was coming from behind. I turned around and froze from terror. Hmm? 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 The teary-eyed Olya stood in the doorway.
С кем?
Who?
С кем ты
Who are you
разговаривал?
talking to right now? She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer.
Я разговаривал с тобой. С тем, кто притворился тобой.
I was talking to you. To someone who pretended to be you. The ledge outside my windows creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. And the thing that pretended to be Olya started spreading, changing shape, grow to scary heights under the light of a carnivorous moon. Yes? Please come closer. Come here. The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. The thing that was hiding behind my curtains got tired of pretending, making me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping that the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare. A hallucination brought upon by the cursed house. And those don't bite, do they? The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Olya's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window.
Она пришла за нами!
It came to get us! Another knock. I stepped back into the middle of the room. As if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. The sound was sharp and metallic. The lamp started shimmering, then it suddenly lighted the hole and went out. The hole? Like a candle under a strong wind, a filament inside it snapped with a ringing sound. Don't get halogen bulbs, guys. Just get the LEDs. The darkness that was waiting for that exact moment poured from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight poured through it, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Morbid. Olya started squealing and pressed herself into my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with a carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. No, it wasn't trying to break the window. It was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, a pendulum swinging above the abyss.
Уходи! Убирайся! Пошла прочь!
She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. Come closer. I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot.
Скажи ей, Антон!
Tell her, Anton.
Скажи, что я больше не буду себя
Tell her that I won't be a bad girl anymore.
никогда!
Never ever.
Только пусть
I just
она
wanted to
уйдет.
leave. Please.
Пожалуйста!
The moonlight suddenly disappeared, and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump. Stingy. What a silly word. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped toward the curtains, entranced by the call of this disfigured guest.
Не буду, не буду, не буду, не буду!
Olya was standing behind me, mumbling, I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good. The bleak window was creeping closer, curtains rustling. I rushed out to move them aside so I could look my fear in the eye. At that moment, I heard noise coming from my parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain to the side in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge, among the scattered feathers. My glasses. The ones that Semyon took from me. How'd they get there? Was that a gift from the Gurgling Knight? Gurgling Knight? Did that owl really bring them here? I looked at the front yard, at the foreboding clearing, at the toothy forest. Not a soul, not a trace of our late-night guest. Only the old lamppost, dreaming like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape and the strips? It says stips. Stips? Again, let me see. That thingy was... Could have sworn it was blinking, but it's not. No. When it has an underline, it tells you to go to the glossary. So it is in here? Ah, here it is. Window insulation. Before plastic windows became widely accessible in Russia, the creaks in the frames of wooden windows were filled with cotton or pieces of cloth, and sealed with self-adhesive tapes or strips of newspapers soaked in soapy water. So it says strips in here, but it said stips in the thing. Whatever. Opened the window with big trouble. Frost pinned me with its little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. I touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hands. But they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Semyon and his gang just pulled a prank on me, that was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints. But there were none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Why would your wrist disintegrate? I mean, huh? Never mind. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restless writhing.
Вы почему не спите?
Why aren't you in bed? Swayed from surprise and almost fell out the window.
Совсем сдурели?
Are you out of your mind?
Жарко, что ли?
Did it feel hot in here?
Не болели давно?
Did you want to catch a cold?
Там сова была! Тоша ее прогнал!
The owl was here. Tosha chased it away.
А ну-ка марш спать к себе в комнату!
Go to your room immediately and get into your bed.
А с тобой?
And you. Mom paused, directing her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Olya by the shoulder, and left, throwing gloomy words my way.
Завтра поговорим.
We'll talk tomorrow. I managed to get the frame back in place with a couple of hits, pressed in the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present. I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask. Grim! Boy! Just like the one worn by the boy from the notice board. That night, I was on the edge of joining him there. What? Silly. The black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads. It wasn't Vova. His face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks and damaged skin. Oh no, he went missing! Left for school in the morning of January 16th and never returned. Features 160 centimeters tall, chubby, brown hair, gray eyes. Was wearing dark brown sheepskin coat, beige scarf, black mint hat, and Alaska boots. Please call these numbers if you have any information. Now there's two. Valverine's photo was printed out and placed under the glass like an exhibition piece. Episode 3? Oh no, I don't have time for episode 3. I can save. Totally have not been doing that. Oh, something just whispered in my ear. Whispered in my ear. Oh, interesting. Do it again. Damn. Well, I don't have enough time for episode 3. Episode 3 is the last one, technically. They are going to be doing 5 chapters. Oh, it's increased. Yeah, so they're gonna be doing 5 chapters, but they've only got 3 so far. So for the time of this stream, only 3 have been released, but there is more. So I guess if I pick this up again, it'll be with the next 2 episodes, so I can do one long stream with both. And yeah, I guess we'll see how that goes. But I have to go see a doctor tomorrow, so I'll have to end the stream a bit earlier than usual today. Everyone will understand. I need to get up a bit earlier. Just a bit. And yeah. I hope you enjoyed that. There was some options that we could have picked that may have changed the story. Like putting on that mask with the spit on it, or not punching the guy. Yeah, just a couple of things. So I wonder if that changes the story much. Or if it kind of goes one way but then goes back on the path, something like that. Anyway, find out later. Okay, let me have a look here. Nobody again. That sucks. Okay. Well, I'm gonna end it here for tonight. And I hope everyone had some horror tinglies this Sunday. And yeah, have a fun start of the week, guys. Until Tuesday, when we play Final Fantasy again. See you! Bye!